just want to orient your time, okay?
Okay.
After you had gone to the Shell gas station and the donation pins, you told us you went back to 6.5 Myrtle.
I did.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did at 6.5 Myrtle after that.
I went inside the apartment and I locked myself in the bathroom.
Why?
I just couldn't bear to see what was in the hallway.
Okay. What was in the hallway?
Christine.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I smoked the black and mild that I had purchased from the gas station in the bathroom.
Okay. And did you use PCP at that time?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
Okay. You were in the bathroom, okay, and what happened next?
I smoked the. I was scared to leave the bathroom.
Objection's not responsive.
Well, I'll overrule it. You can.
Tell us in your own. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry, you can go ahead.
You can answer.
So I stood in the bathroom. I smoked the black and mild. The black and mild had a really bad odor to it. So I lit one of the candles that was in the bathroom and I cracked the skylight window to get the smoke out of there. And I was just there for like 2 hours.
Okay. And what happened next, sir?
For like the first hour, I smoked the black and mild. For the second hour, I was just in there. And around 8 in the morning, I wanted to go and get another black and mild.
Okay. And what steps did you take?
That's when I left the apartment again and went back to the gas station.
Okay. The Shell gas station.
Yes, the Shell
Okay.
gas station.
What happened there?
I purchased another black and mild.
Okay. And what'd you do after the gas station?
I drove right back to the apartment.
Okay. And what'd you do when you got to the apartment?
I went to the bathroom.
Okay. And what happened?
While I was in the bathroom, I was smoking the black and mild. I was feeling extremely sad, and the way that Christine was looking in the hallway. So I didn't want nobody to see her like that. So I left the bathroom. I gathered myself up. I left the bathroom, went into the hallway, and I grabbed Christine. And before I left the bathroom, the idea was to bring Christine and put her in the tub. I grabbed the curtain. I flipped it over, the pole. I went into the hallway. I gently grabbed Christine and I placed it in the tub.
Okay. And do you know approximately what time that was?
In between 9 and 1, before 1 o'clock
Okay.
on Sunday morning.
After you placed
I'm sorry, on what morning?
Sunday.
Sunday morning you're talking about now?
Sunday, yeah,
Yes, Sunday.
that would have been December 1st. Okay, so you placed Christine in the tub. Okay?
Yes.
Just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what did you do next in the apartment?
Once I did that, I closed the bathroom door, and now I'm inside the apartment, and I see the blood all over the hallway floor and by the door entrance. And I went and I grabbed the bucket from under the sink with towels, and I filled it up halfway, almost more than halfway. And I started cleaning because when I was walking around, I have left footprints from the blood in the carpet. So I started just cleaning the blood that was on the tiles, and I cleaned it up with the bucket, and I was dumping the water from the bucket into the garbage disposal. So as I was cleaning the floor, it was garbage. It was whatever was on all over the area, whatever I was scooping up from the floor, I was dumping it into the garbage disposal.
Where was the garbage disposal located, sir?
In the kitchen area next to the sink.
Next to the sink, okay. So you admittedly cleaned up that area.
I did. I cleaned the area that had the big, where it was a lot of blood, because it was blood in many different spots, and there was droplets of blood around. So I did the floor area
Okay?
and the carpet.
Now, sir, we're on Sunday, December 1st, okay?
Yes.
What did you do for the balance of the afternoon and evening?
Well, around 1 o'clock, that's when I wanted to smoke again, but I didn't have enough money to get another Black and Mild, and I was trying to figure out the numbers to see if I can figure out the numbers of my car by then, but I still couldn't do it. So I remember that on the corner on Beaver and Mott Street, there is a small convenience store. So I went to the convenience store to see if I can buy a Lucy or something, a loose cigarettes, to see if they had Lucy's or something like that. So I went, they didn't, and I drove right back to the apartment and I went back inside.
Do you know who Mr. George O'Mara is?
Yes,
Just tell ladies and gentlemen, jury, who Mr. O'Mara is.
he's the neighbor.
Okay. On Myrtle Avenue?
Yes.
When you returned from the convenience store, did you see Mr. O'Mara?
Well, yes, when I was getting out the car, I saw him in front of his house. We gave each other some like high gestures, and I just kept going inside the apartment.
Okay. After you returned to the apartment, after you waved to Mr. O'Mara, what did you do?
I was just in the apartment for the rest of the day.
Okay. You didn't leave the apartment after that?
I didn't leave the apartment at all.
Okay. So that's Sunday. I'm going to take you now into Monday, okay?
Okay,
All right? Were you in the apartment Sunday night into Monday morning?
I was.
Okay. And now I'm going to go into Monday, okay?
Okay.
Okay, just to orient you. So Monday, which would have been December 2nd, I want you to tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what did you do in the morning of Monday, December 2nd?
Well, early in the morning, the high was winding down, and I started getting the urge, and I remember that I still had one bag left of the PCP that was given to me by Hector. So I rolled it, but I didn't want to smoke it in the apartment. So I was going to go for a ride to smoke the PCP.
Okay? And where did you do that?
Well, I left the apartment. I got in my car. When I got in my car, I noticed that I only had a little bit of gas left. I went back inside the apartment. I got the keys to the 4, and I took the 4 for a ride. And that's the car that I went to smoke the PCP.
To smoke the PCP?
Yeah.
And where did you do that, if you recall?
So I drove around aimlessly for a while. I was freaking out. I was paranoid at the same time. I'm thinking somebody was following my sign. So I drove towards the orange area. I probably made it all the way to like New Haven, drove around to the areas that I'm familiar with. I parked somewhere. I smoked. I parked. Once the stuck portion of the high subsided, I drove again aimlessly back to Myrtle Ave, and I parked across the street from 6.5 Myrtle Avenue.
Okay. And what vehicle were you in at that time?
In the 4.
In the Ford
Focus,
Focus?
yes.
Okay. And did you do anything in regard to Christine, who was in the bathroom?
Not.
And you're under leading.
I'll allow it.
At this time, I didn't get out of the car yet. I got in the car and waited in there. Well, kind of like passed out in the car for a little while. And then I
It's
went.
not responsive to the question now. Did you do anything with Christine?
All right. Thank you. So just please object, state your purpose of your objection. Again, Attorney Stein, and I'll deal with the objection. The answer is becoming unresponsive. Attorney Gavin, I will stop the answer as unresponsive. Attorney Stein, would you like me to strike any portion of the answer?
That's fine, Your Honor.
All
I just
right.
like to ask the question.
Thank you. Attorney Gavin?
Thank you. You have to just answer my question,
Okay.
okay? I know you're nervous. Did you do anything in regard to Christine Holloway on Monday, December 2nd?
I did.
Just
Well, once,
tell us exactly what you did.
well, I wanted to dress her. So when I first put her in the tub, there was items of clothing that was still under her when I carried her to the tub. So I wanted to dress her, so I pushed her forward a little bit, and I took them items of dressing from the back of her. I took them out and put them on the floor of the bathroom. And then she had a pajama pant on and a tank top. There was no underclothes. So I took because they were all bloody, and I felt sad and I wanted to put different clothes on her. I took the pajama pants off. I had a little problem taking the tank top, so it was like this, and I was able to take it out. And then I took that clothes and I put it in the washing machine.
Okay. And did you engage the washing machine at that
I
point?
did.
And then just tell us, in regard to the clothes, did you do anything else with the clothes?
Well, once the clothes was washed, I just folded it and I put it in the drawer,
In what drawer?
in the dresser.
In Christine's dresser?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Now, okay, so now we're on Monday, all right, December 2nd, okay? And you were in Myrtle Avenue, okay? And I'm going to call your attention to the time frame about 1 p.m. Were you still in the apartment?
Yes.
Okay, and did anything happen around 1 p.m.?
Yes.
Just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened.
So I was sitting in the bed trying to I wanted to dress Christine, but I didn't have the strength to do it, the courage to go back inside the bathroom. So I sat on the bed, and I heard somebody knocking on the door.
Did you answer the door?
No, I freaked out.
What'd you do?
I just waited. I didn't even look to see who he was. So I waited a few minutes. The knocking stopped. So I freaked out and I said to myself, "It's time to leave." So I grabbed I went outside. I turned the car on.
Which car, sir?
I went outside and I turned the Nissan on.
Okay.
I went back inside the apartment. I grabbed my backpack, and then I got back in the car. Then I left.
And where did you go?
Then I drove directly to my parents' house in New Haven,
In what was the address in New Haven?
105 First Avenue.
Okay. Now, and you returned to your parents' house, and did you stay at your parents' house?
I did.
Okay. Do you know somebody named Jody Jacobellis?
Yes.
Just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who Jody Jacobellis is.
She was Christine's brother's girlfriend at the time.
Okay. And what's Christine's brother's name?
Stephen.
Okay. Did you have any interaction while you were in New Haven with Jody Jacobellis or Stephen Holloway?
I did.
Just tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened.
So when I got to my parents' house, I went directly into the room downstairs, and I didn't come out. I was there pretty much all day. I helped my mom with baskets upstairs or whatever, and then in the afternoon, I went upstairs to my pops was making soup. So he called me. He said if I wanted a bowl.
Objection, Your Honor, is what someone said.
Sustained.
Yeah, just listen to the question. Did you have any interaction with Jody Jacobellis or Stephen Holloway?
I did.
And tell us what happened in regard to that interaction.
So I was upstairs, and somebody knocked on the door, and my mom or my pops, one of them answered the door, and it was Jody.
Okay. Did you speak with her at that point?
She spoke to my...
No, just yes or no. Did you speak to her at that point?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Now, did there come a point where Jody Jacobellis and Stephen Holloway left?
Yes.
Okay. And then just after that, and I don't want you to say what anyone else said, but were you contacted by the Ansonia Police Department? Did you speak to the officer from the Ansonia Police Department?
I did.
Okay. Now, and you never left 105 First Avenue on Monday the 2nd, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now I want to go into the following day, okay, which would have been Tuesday, December 3rd, sir.
Okay.
Okay? Tell us what happened on Tuesday, December 3rd.
Well, very early in the morning, the Ansonia police and the New Haven police were in my parents' house.
Okay? And what happened after the police arrived?
They my pops answered the door. He let them in. They asked if I could go, if I wanted to
Objection,
go.
Your Honor, as to what someone said.
Well, I went to the.
Just stop for a second. Just stop for a second. Just tell us, on the early morning of Tuesday, December 3rd, you said the police came. What did you do next?
I went upstairs and went in a ride with them to the Ansonia Police Department.
You went on a ride to the Ansonia
Yes.
Police Department. You voluntarily went with them.
Yes,
Okay, and you were up at the Ansonia Police Department for approximately how long?
probably 40 minutes to an hour.
Okay, great. And then after you were up at the Ansonia Police Department, you were questioned up there?
I was.
Okay, and then what happened after you were up in the Ansonia Police Department?
They took me back to my parents' house.
Okay, and we saw the video, and that's when they took your clothes and your phones.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then you went back to your parents' house, correct?
Yes,
Right, and we saw the video clip of the return of you with your mom and dad at 105 First Avenue, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And we're done with that.
Okay.
Am I correct that you were subsequently arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Now, last page, we're almost done, okay?
Okay.
Now, did you, sir, and we'll go through it day by day in a second, but did you have continued interaction with the police department after your arrest?
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to call your attention first to Thursday, December 5th. Where were you held in custody?
On Whaley Avenue.
Okay. And did investigators come and talk to you on Thursday, December 5th?
Yes.
Okay. And you voluntarily talked to them at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Let me go further now. Do you recall on Thursday, December 2nd, do you recall that you were still at Whaley Avenue in North Haven?
Yes.
In New Haven?
New Haven.
What date, Attorney Captain?
That would be Thursday, December 12th.
12, you said the second.
I'm sorry, Thursday, December 12th, correct? And you were still at Whaley Avenue at that point?
I was.
Yeah, and do you know who Detective Stephen Adcox is?
Yes.
Okay. Did you meet with Detective Adcox?
I did.
And that was voluntarily?
Yes.
Okay, and did you talk to him at that time?
I did.
What did you tell Detective Adcox in summary? You don't have to go through every single word, but did you talk to him?
Yes, I did. I told them about how I have been smoking the PCP throughout the weekend.
Okay. Sir, were you able to interact with your mom, Lydia De Jesus, while you were incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to call your attention to December 15th. Did you have communication with your mom?
I did.
Okay. And were you using your mom as the conduit to the police?
I was.
All right. Now I'm going to go forward, okay, to Tuesday, December 17th. Did Detective Adcox come back and interview you again?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did you tell Detective Adcox regarding Christine Holloway?
Well, I told them that I was getting my memory back, that the PCP was winding down, leaving the system, so now all my recollection of what had happened is coming back more clear, and I started telling him about everything that I said here.
Okay. And I can't testify for you, but what did you tell Detective Adcox about what happened at 6.5 Myrtle?
I told them about the guys that were coming towards the apartment.
Okay. Did you tell him the entire story like you just told us?
Well, I told them the pieces that I remember at the time.
Okay.
Is the state ready to proceed?
The state is ready, Your Honor.
All right, Madam Clerk, if we could bring in our jury.
Good morning, Mr. Morales.
No, wait, we
I'm
need to-
sorry. No,
Okay.
I'm ready to go.
All right, thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Morales, you may be seated. Thank you. All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Yes, Your
All right.
Honor.
Thank you so much. All right, Attorney Stein, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning. Yes, good morning, Mr. Morales. How are you?
Good morning.
So, we are talking about December of 2019, and we are currently now in April of 2025. You've had 5+ years to sit back and to think about this case, haven't you?
I have.
And in fact, during that time, you had time to sit here and draw this map, which you labeled Defendants D. Right? You drew this map for your lawyers, right?
I did.
You put all these directions of travel of various vehicles. You put those on this map, didn't you?
I did.
Can you keep your voice up so I can hear you, please, sir?
Yes,
Thank you.
I did.
And so let's just look at this map that you drew. Are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that you were standing on the front porch of 6.5 Myrtle and you saw this car go down and make a right on Cottage Ave while standing on the front porch of 6.5 Myrtle?
No, I'm not saying that.
You have arrows there, don't you?
Yeah, but those arrows is not what that represents.
What do the arrows represent?
Those arrows represent, when I drew this map, those arrows represent the direction that the police officer took when he did his, when he responded to the 911 call.
How did you know that?
Because I know it.
How?
Because I learned it
How?
from the report.
What report? There was no report provided to the defense of that officers until just before this trial.
Objection, Your Honor. Now, Mr.
I know that for years.
I'll sustained as to what was provided to the defense as part of the question.
So these arrows are depicting, then what are these arrows depicting then over on the other side of Cottage Avenue? What are those arrows depicting?
That's when the officer first went, answered the call. He went up Judson, then he took a right on Myrtle. He went all the way down Myrtle, all the way to the end, and then he came back. And on his way back, he took a left on West Street, and then he took a right on Cottage.
So this map, you drew this map to show that the direction of travel of the police officer who responded to the 911 call?
I believe so.
What was the purpose of that?
I just drew it.
Okay. How about Defense D? You had time to draw this one out too, right?
Yes.
So that you could narrate your testimony that you gave to the defense, right?
Well, that's the inside of the apartment, yes.
You used this as a script, did you not, to help narrate your testimony for these people over here?
Well, I wanted them to know exactly how everything is placed inside the apartment, yes.
Your Honor, if I ask a yes or no question, could you instruct the witness to answer my question yes or no? That's what it calls for.
I'll do so. Do you want me to strike the balance of the question
Please.
after? All right, so I will strike everything after yes, and I will instruct you, Mr. Morales, if the question does call for a yes or no answer, simply answer yes or no, okay? Thank you. Attorney
So,
Stein.
thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Morales, you drew this diagram to help you narrate the story that you told these folks here. Isn't that true?
I drew the...
Calls for a yes or no answer?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
With regard to the story that you told these people,
Objection to the form of the question.
Sustained.
with regard to what you testified to, let's start off with, I want to take you back on your timeline. Withdrawn. Mr. Morales, do you consider yourself a controlling person?
Not really.
Is that a yes or a no?
No.
Do you consider yourself an emotionally abusive person to Christine Holloway?
No.
Would you ever call her names?
Sometimes.
Sometimes?
Yeah.
Okay. How often would you call her names?
I don't know. Sometimes when she called me names, we call each other names.
All right. What kind of names did you call her?
My love.
That's an abusive name?
Oh, abusive.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything right now.
Do you ever recall calling her a pig?
I do.
You do recall calling her a pig?
Yes.
That would happen from time to time, wouldn't it?
It depends what she was talking about.
Okay. Do you recall whether you would accuse her of withdrawn? Did you trust Christine Holloway?
I did.
You did.
Yes.
Was there any point in time that you accused Christine Holloway of being unfaithful to you?
Probably.
Probably.
It's
How many
possible.
times?
We worked together for 3 years.
How many times, Mr. Morales, would you accuse her of being unfaithful to you?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Do you recall having such a conversation with her just days prior to Thanksgiving of 2019?
Probably.
You do recall it?
I don't recall it, but it's possible.
Yeah, I'm looking for the. Showing you, Mr. Morales, what's 177 is a full exhibit. So I'm going to zoom in. Do you recall that these are the testimony of the person who authenticated this? This was the iMessages between your iPad and Christine Holloway's iPhone. Do you recall it?
I do.
And in fact, showing you what FINMARK states 176 as a full exhibit. Do you recognize what this is?
It's the iPad.
This is the iPad that was collected from your house at 105 First Avenue, correct?
Yes.
This is the iPad that you share with Isaac, your son.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Isaac in 2019 was 11 years old.
That's
Recall
correct.
that?
Yes.
So now with regard to these conversations, let's start at the top. Does this appear to be Christine asking you not to be mad at her because she's been asking you for help with the car, her car?
Well, not her car. She was using my car since late spring 2019.
She's asking you, please help me with car and don't be mad. Which car is she referring to?
The car that I let her use my car.
So your car is what she's complaining about.
Yes, because she was using it.
Okay. And she then asks you, I wish you could transfer money from the account for rent. She was asking you to help pay the rent.
I did.
She asked you to help them pay the rent at 6.5 Myrtle.
Yeah, we paid the rent together.
Because your daughter lived there.
That's right.
And you lived there on the weekends.
That's right.
So you would logically help with the rent.
Yes.
She then, at some point, still on November 14th of 2019, she seems to be a little mad. I can't believe you couldn't even say hi or goodbye to your daughter. Do you recall that?
I see it. I don't recall it. I see it.
Okay? And then there's a response from Isaac Morales 100 at iCloud.com. Now, you will agree with me that that is you responding, correct?
I believe so, yes.
It's not Isaac responding, is it?
No.
All right. And you say you want to keep giving money away to rich companies like the gym, so pretty soon you'll drain all of your savings. And then you say hi to Vanessa for me. Were you being sarcastic there?
No.
So let me get this right. She's asking you to help with a car. She's asking you for money for rent. And your first response is, no, I'm going to send you the rent later on. You're chastising her because she's paying the gym membership?
Not only a gym membership, a million other things.
It's her money, correct?
Our money.
Your money. Tell these people about the job you were working at that time.
At the time, I was unemployed, but I was doing a lot of jobs, side jobs, and construction, landscaping, home improvement.
She was earning the money to pay for the support of that family, wasn't she?
No, we were doing it together.
How much money were you making at that time, Mr. Morales?
Well, I was averaging between $500-$600 a week.
Okay. And $500 or $600 a week, were you supporting your other two children back home at 105 First Avenue?
I was helping, yes.
Were you paying your mother rent for 105 First Avenue?
I was helping.
Didn't you tell the officers in one of the videos that the jury saw the other day about how stressed out you were? You had no job, you had no money, everybody, was taking care of you and your kids. Did you not say that on the videotape the other day?
Well,
I'm going to object, not to the question, but the manner and the histrionics that the state's attorney is going through here. Certainly he has a right to ask whatever questions, but he doesn't have the right to go ahead and be demonstrative like he is.
All right, so we'll just keep in mind courtroom demeanor. Attorney Stein, go ahead, you may continue.
Did you not say to the officers that went back to your house when they gave you the notification of Christine's death that it's a stressful time in your life and you agreed with everything?
yes, it was. I wasn't making much money, and it was split in many different directions, so it was stressful.
So, Christine responds to you, I stopped there last night, and she canceled her gym membership for you.
Okay.
Is that right?
That's what it says, yes.
Do you disagree that she canceled her gym membership because you had been on her about it?
Well, we were budgeting.
Yes or no question?
Yes.
She then goes on. Let's change this. Hang on a second. Does she go on to tell you, I miss you, hon. I wait all week to see you for a few days, and then those days go by in a blink of an eye. My dream for us to live together with the kids, and you could work from home, and I could take care of the kids. I miss my family. She loves you.
I agree.
You don't respond to that right away, right?
Probably didn't see it yet.
She then tells you, we're still on the same day, November the 14th, she's not having a good day. And she tells you further, or shows you, she sends you a file, a video file of Vanessa screaming and running around playing.
I see.
Remember getting the video?
Yes.
And you still haven't responded to her yet, because your next response to her is from the Isaac 100 account. Forward me the email that says your gym membership is canceled. Is that what you wrote?
That's what is there.
So after she tells you, I'm having a bad day, she sends you a video file of your daughter. You are still obsessing on her gym membership and the way she uses her money.
Objection to the form.
What you don't see in there is the.
Sustained.
A few days goes by. This is now November 20th, right? We're about 8 days before Thanksgiving. And you send her a message. Where are you? Do you see that here?
I see it.
That's a Wednesday, right? Would you know that?
Yes, it is.
So you're only there on the weekends, correct?
Yes.
So this is a Wednesday. She's out somewhere with Vanessa, and you're demanding to know where she is?
I'm not demanding, I'm just asking.
Several days later, on the 21st, you call her a stupid ass, telling her, your stupid ass is mad because I told you to keep an eye open because I dropped a pill in the house. Fuck you, I care for Vanessa. Did you type those words?
I did.
I asked you earlier whether you were controlling. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall it.
I asked you earlier if you were emotionally abusive. Do you recall that?
I do.
You deny both of those things, didn't you?
Yes, and I still deny them.
Page 4 of this exhibit. Did Isaac Morales, that's you, right? You're sending this out, correct?
Yes.
On 11/22, so now that's 6 days before Thanksgiving, correct?
Yes, Friday.
You are acting very stupid lately. I really wonder if you are seeing someone else or starting to talk to another guy. I am very serious about this. For a while already, you have been acting very different, and you know the act.
All
Did you
right.
write that?
I did.
That's 6 days before Thanksgiving.
I spent the weekend with her that weekend.
And what was her response to you? She writes back to you, no one else loved you.
All right.
She loves you.
She did.
Yes, she did. She says to you, don't give up on me. God is going to help us through everything and provide for us. She will change. She said that to you, right?
She said God will help us and provide for us.
She is going to change for you.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, apparently, she felt that you would know what she meant when that she was going to change. Presumably something you didn't like, right?
Objection, Your
Where
Honor.
are you? What are you talking about? I don't see what you're talking
Hold
about.
on, Mr. Morales. Excuse me, counsel. I'm going to strike your last question. I'm going to ask that you put the exhibit in full screen because we can't read the portion to which you're
sorry.
referring.
Where my highlighter is, don't give up on me. God is going to help us through everything and provide for us. I will change.
Okay, we all need improvement.
We all need improvement.
Yes.
And she caps it off with, for what it's worth, I love you. Right?
I see it.
And you don't respond to her.
Is there a question?
Yes, Your Honor. Because the very next message from her about,
That's the 22nd.
okay,
You're not letting us see the date.
okay, well, I'm getting there, Mr. Morales. She tells you, thought we were in this together and we took care of each other. I see now I was wrong. I will do money tonight and look at the website for a car. She told that to you.
The dates are out of whack.
Do you deny saying that to her or
No.
receiving that message from her?
I don't deny receiving it. But
Top of the next page. I can see now how you feel about me. Do you recall reading that one on November the 23rd of 2019?
I see it. I don't recall reading it.
Do you dispute that it says you read it, or the iPad, Isaac Morales' iPad, read it at 11:23, 2019 at 10:55 p.m.?
I don't dispute that.
Two days later, the iPad says, "Fuck you." Was that you or Isaac sending that?
That was me.
Why exactly were you telling her that she should do that to herself?
Well, there's a lot of conversations and phone calls and video on FaceTime that you don't see in here. So you see it's a little text once in a while, and you don't know what's happening in between.
Ms. Morales, did you just not tell these people on direct from your lawyer what a great, loving time this was?
Excuse me.
I never said that.
Sustained. All right, can I see counsel sidebar, please?
Morning, Officer Polish. How are you?
Good morning.
First of all, I'm going to ask you, that microphone in front of you does a poor job amplifying, so if you can kind of pull yourself in, get as close to it as you're comfortable, and then just remember to keep your voice up so that we can hear your testimony, please.
Okay.
First of all, can you tell us who are you employed by?
The Ansonia Police Department.
How long? In what capacity?
I'm the lieutenant of the Ansonia Police Department right now.
Mark. How long have you been a lieutenant, or how long have you been a member of the Ansonia Police Department?
I've been employed by the Ansonia Police Department for about 24 years.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background, your training, and experience?
So when I first got hired, I went to the police academy. From there, I did numerous trainings. I did some accident reconstruction. I did some fingerprint analysis. While I was in my patrol years, I became promoted to detective. I did some detective schools, some other specialized training. And then I became the detective sergeant, and now currently a lieutenant.
All right. When you became sergeant, was that of the Detective Bureau?
Yes, sir.
And approximately what year was that? Did you become sergeant?
I think it was about 2016.
And I want to call your attention to the time period, December of 2019, were you still an Ansonia police officer?
Yes, sir.
And what was your rank?
I was a detective sergeant.
And the Detective Bureau of the Ansonia Police Department in December of 2019, can you tell me how many detectives were in the Bureau at that time?
We had approximately 5 detectives, but one of them was out injured and one was assigned to a special assignment.
Okay. And did the 5 detectives include yourself, or would you have been the 6th?
I would be the 6th.
All right. And in December of 2019, as the detective sergeant, did you report to somebody?
Yes, Lieutenant Williams was I reported to Lieutenant Williams.
And what was his title?
He's lieutenant
Of
the Detective Bureau.
Detective Bureau. And so was the chain of command detectives to you and then you to Lieutenant Williams?
Yes, sir.
And do you know, did Lieutenant Williams, were there other lieutenants also in the Ansonia Police Department in December of 2019?
Yes.
How many others?
One other.
And did the lieutenants, who did they answer to?
Both lieutenants answered to the chief of police.
Okay. Now, I want to call your attention specifically to December the 2nd of 2019. Do you recall the evening hours of December 2nd, 2019? That was a Monday.
Yes, sir.
And were you working in the evening hours of Monday, December 2nd, 2019?
I was not. I was on my way to a training class that I was going to be starting the next day.
Okay. And where was that training supposed to take place?
At Mohegan Sun.
And where were you at approximately between 9 and 10 on Monday evening, December 2nd?
I was traveling in that direction.
Okay. Which direction?
Towards Mohegan Sun for the training.
Did you receive some type of a communication from Ansonia PD about an incident that occurred in town?
Yes, I received a call from Lieutenant Williams saying that we had a homicide and I need to.
Sustained.
Based upon not what was told you, that would be hearsay, but based upon what you were told, what, if anything, did you do next?
I came back to the police department.
And did it take you some time to get back to the police department?
Yes.
Do you recall the weather conditions that you were driving through to get back to the police department that night?
Yeah, it was snowing out that night, so it wasn't good for the roads.
Okay. And did you ultimately return to the Ansonia Police Department that night?
Yes, I did.
Do you know approximately what time you arrived?
Oh, I don't recall what time.
When you arrived at the Ansonia Police Department, what, if anything, happened once you got there?
Well, we all came together. We spoke about what was occurring and what we needed to do to go forward.
Okay. Are you referring to, were you working with some or all of your detectives at that time?
Yes, I'm not sure how many were in at that point, but I know the Detective Esposito, Detective Hart, and Detective Oxox were either there or on their way in.
And did there come a point in time where you left 105, where you left the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes.
And where did you go?
I went to 105 First Avenue in New Haven.
And what was at 105 First Avenue in New Haven?
We believe that's where Jose Morales lived.
And what was the purpose of going to 105 First Avenue?
Well, we were unsure of where Vanessa Morales was, so we're trying to locate her, and we assumed that he would be the next logical person to speak to since he was the father of Vanessa Morales.
Did you have any other information at that point in time with regard to Jose Morales and his connection to 6.5 Myrtle Avenue?
Well, the family members of Christina Holloway stated that he...
I'm not going to claim what they said, but with regard to, at that point, did Ansonia Police have any information with regard to a person who was seen leaving from 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes.
And what information did they have?
We had that Jose Morales had left the property at 6:30 on the 2nd.
Now, when you arrived at 6:30 Myrtle, do you know approximately what time it was?
Can you repeat that, please?
Do you know what time it was when you arrived, I'm sorry, at 105 First Street?
It was sometime after 3, maybe 3:45 in the morning,
So 3:45 a.m.
a.m.
And when you arrived at the scene, were you by yourself or were you with other people?
There was already some detective already on scene there, and I went with Detective Adcox when we also had some New Haven officers that were also on scene with us.
Did you make contact with individuals in the house?
Yes, we did.
And did there come a point in time where you were able to engage with Jose Morales?
Yes.
And the person that you engaged with that evening, do you see him sitting here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And can you please just point to where you see him seated and tell us what you see him wearing?
He's sitting right over there.
That he identified the defendant, Your Honor.
All right, court will note for the record the witness identified the defendant, Jose Morales.
He pointed at him for the record.
Thank you.
And is that the gentleman that you encountered at 105 First Avenue in the early morning hours of December the 2nd, well, what would be now December the 3rd of 2019?
Yes.
Because we're after midnight now, so by the time you got out there, would it have been the following morning now?
Yeah, it would be Tuesday the 3rd.
So now, did you engage Mr. Morales in conversation prior to leaving 105?
We spoke briefly. There was no interview done. It was just a brief conversation we had with him.
Did you explain to him why you wanted to talk with him?
We explained that we wanted to talk to him.
Yes and no answer.
Did you explain to him why you wanted to speak with him?
We explained to the family.
I'm sorry?
We explained to the family, and I can't recall if I specifically spoke to Morales directly.
All right. So, well, are you saying you did not speak to Mr. Morales while he was in his home at 105?
I did speak to him.
Okay. And did you explain to him why you would like for him to come back to the Ansonia Police Department?
Objection, Your Honor. Now the state is testifying for the witness. Objection to the form of the question.
I'll overrule that. You can answer the question.
I'll ask you the question again. Did you explain to Mr. Morales why you wanted to speak to him at
Yes.
the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes.
And what did you say to him?
That we were looking for Vanessa.
Now, with regard to, by that point in time, were you aware of the death of Christine Holloway?
Yes.
Did you tell Mr. Morales at that time that you were aware of the death of Christine Holloway?
No.
At the time, did you ask Mr. Morales to voluntarily accompany you back to the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, we did.
And did he agree to go back to the Ansonia Police Department to talk with you?
Yes.
And how did there come a point in time that you left 105 First Avenue with Mr. Morales?
Yes.
And how did you get back to the Ansonia Police Department?
Detective Axax had driven his vehicle. He drives a Dodge Durango with no markings of police. It was an unmarked vehicle, and we asked him to get into the rear of the vehicle, and he got in there, and we drove back.
Now, you indicated Detective Adcox drove his vehicle. Is that his personal vehicle, or is that an Ansonia Police Department vehicle?
It's a vehicle that he was assigned as being a detective at the Ansonia Police Department.
So it's a city police vehicle.
It's a city vehicle.
Now, when Mr. Morales was brought back to the Ansonia Police Department, first of all, was he in custody at that time?
He was not.
Was he arrested at that time?
He was not.
Was he handcuffed?
He was not handcuffed.
Talking about the ride back
from 105 to the Ansonia Police Department, do you recall generally the route that you took?
Not really. I wasn't driving, so I was more focused on Jose Morales sitting in the back seat with me.
Okay. Did Mr. Morales apparently during the course of the trip, did he know where he was during the course of the trip?
During the course,
Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Morales at any point in time while you were sitting there indicate to you that he recognized where he was?
so during the ride, Mr. Morales said multiple times of, referring to Fairhaven, talked about, maybe what direction we should go, giving us pointers on where we are, background on New Haven at all.
Okay. So is it fair to say, as you were talking with him in the back of the car, Mr. Morales knew exactly where he was in New Haven at that time?
Yes.
Your Honor, same objection.
Your Honor, it's based upon his answer that he was narrating.
Oh, overruled.
So with regard to this, did Mr. Morales seem to know where he was?
Yes.
Did there come a point in time at all that Detective Adcox expressed frustration with regard to driving the car that you guys were in?
Yes.
And what was the cause of the frustration?
We were stopped at a light, and the light seemed to be taking a long period of time, and he was frustrated at the length of time it was taking for it to change to green.
And did he express that frustration somehow to the people in the car?
Yes.
And did Mr. Morales at that point in time offer a solution to Detective Adcox's frustration?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevancy.
Claim it, Your Honor. Goes to state of mind of Mr. Morales.
I'll give you a little bit of leeway here. I'll overrule the objection.
Did he offer a solution to Detective Adcox's frustration?
Yes, he told Detective Adcox, if you roll up a little bit more, maybe you can trip the light and cause it to turn green.
Did he specifically say with regard to what he would be tripping?
Just move up.
Is there something in the roadway that would cause the light to turn green?
Just the tripping of the light, the mechanism that trips the light.
I'm sorry?
The mechanism that trips the light.
Is there sensors or mechanisms in the roadway that trip lights?
Yes.
Okay. And was that Mr. Morales' solution to Detective Adcox to roll forward to trip the light sensor?
Yes.
Did Detective Adcox then roll the car forward?
Yes.
And what happened?
The light turned green and we continued on.
At some point during the trip, did Mr. Morales say to you anything with regard to your smoking habits?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
So as we were traveling, there was a smell of cigar that came into the air and through our car. He asked me if I smoked cigars. I told him that I didn't, and I thought that the smell that he was smelling was marijuana.
And when he brought up this cigar smell and you retorted that it was marijuana, you thought, did Mr. Morales respond to that?
He, without me asking him anything, he said he doesn't smoke weed. He's a sober person. Every once in a while, he drinks a Bud Light or Corona.
Had you asked him at that point in time anything about his use of substances or alcohol?
No.
Did there come a point in time where you arrived at the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes.
How long approximately, do you know, was the trip from 105 to Ansonia PD?
It was approximately 35 minutes it took us to get there.
At any point in time, well, withdrawn, when you earlier told us that you engaged Mr. Morales at 105 before leaving, did you tell us that you asked him to accompany you because you wanted to discuss the disappearance of Christine and Vanessa.
Objection to the form of the question.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Morales know why you were asking him to go to 105?
Yes.
The two.
Form of the question calls for speculation.
Overruled. It was discussed earlier. Counsel, this has been asked and answered.
I understand. I'm bringing it back for the purpose of.
Get to the next question then.
Right.
Thanks.
So at that time, during this trip, did Mr. Morales at any time bring up Vanessa or Christine Holloway?
He brought it up very minimally. We didn't talk about it that much.
Do you remember any of the other substantive conversations that Mr. Morales brought up in this trip to the Ansonia Police Department?
We talked about the car that we was driving in, talked about our cell phones, talked about my rank, some other stuff.
I'm sorry. So who brought up the issue of the cell phone?
I don't remember.
Who brought up the discussion about the car that you were driving in?
I think he referred to us as it was a nice car that we're in, and he asked us if it was our personal vehicle.
And what you said ring, what did you mean by ring?
What was
A ring like on your finger?
I don't
I
remember.
thought you said that he brought up a ring.
I don't recall saying a ring.
All right, perhaps I misheard you. Now, with regard to your arrival at Ansonia Police Department, I left you with the question about how long it took you to get to the Ansonia Police Department.
Yes, 30 to 35 minutes.
When you got to the Ansonia Police Department, the car that you arrived in, is there inside parking at the Ansonia Police Department?
No,
So the car that you arrived in was left outside,
correct,
and it was snowing at that time,
correct.
and you all went into the Ansonia Police Department.
Yes.
When you got into the Ansonia Police Department, where did you go?
We brought Jose Morales into the interview room. He asked for a bottle of water, which we gave to him, and I think maybe some tissues.
And I'm sorry, I know at the time of this, which building was Ansonia PD in at that time?
2 Elm Street.
Okay, so this is the old, what is now the old Ansonia Police Department.
Correct.
At that time, you brought him into an interview room, and I'm sorry, you got him what?
We asked him if he wanted a bottle of water. We got him a bottle of water, and I think maybe some tissues.
Okay. And the room that you brought him in, do you know, was it equipped with a camera?
Yes, it had 2 audio recording cameras in the room.
And when you brought him into the room, what was the purpose of bringing him into the room?
So we discussed why we brought him there to speak about where possibly Vanessa could be.
And at that point in time, were the cameras rolling?
Yes.
And was an interview conducted with Mr. Morales?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked states 170 for identification. Can you tell me whether you generally recognize what this is?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's the Jose Morales interview, the interview room on 12/3/2019.
And did you view this interview at some point prior to coming into court today and testifying?
Yes, I did.
And how are you aware that you saw this interview?
I have initialed it and put my badge number on it.
And do you see your initials and your badge number on it at this point in time?
Yes, I do.
Was it a fair and accurate representation of the interview which you conducted of Jose Morales on December the 3rd of 2019?
Yes, that me and Detective Akash did.
Thank you. I'll offer this now, Your Honor. States 170.
Your Honor, I had an opportunity to review the video. I have no objection to its introduction as a full exhibit.
All right, no objection. Court will accept into evidence states 174.
Sorry.
Can you use the bathroom yet? No, I'm good. You good? Let's go take this. So. Let's go take this. Give me a second. You bring you a bottle of water.
Thank you.
Now, Detective Froelich, I'm seeing the date December the 3rd of 2019. Was that the date of this interview?
Yes.
I'm also seeing a marking 054231, at least on the screen now. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of that is?
Well, that would be the recorded time of the interview, but I'm not 100% sure if that's the correct time.
Okay.
I didn't verify that.
Well, do you know, you indicated you arrived at 105 First Avenue at what time approximately?
Approximately like 3:45 in the morning.
And
on the 3rd.
how long were you there for before leaving?
I'm not sure. Maybe 20 minutes, half hour. I'm speculating at that time.
And then it took you how long to get back to the Ansonia Police Department?
30 to 35 minutes.
So is it fair to say that at least from the time that you arrived at Ansonia to the time you got back, that was at least over an hour?
Yes.
So are we safe to say that this is sometime at least after 5 a.m. in the morning?
Probably.
All right.
Officer,
Yes, sir.
can you get me an actor, please?
Pictures or something? Or
Yeah, like a tissue.
I'll blow your nose?
Yeah.
you did?
Well, in 1989, we came to the United States. We went to the session. We did the session with my uncle for a year or 2 years, I think. Then we moved into Reagan, to Reagan. And then I grew up there. That's where I grew up.
So where you from? You lived with your uncle, you said first?
At first, yeah, my mother and my brother were
How old was your brother when he passed? Young?
yeah, he was 33.
Really?
So, we came over here. So the kids, I know that my uncle lived here. In the United States, we lived in Puerto Rico. He went to Puerto Rico to visit, and my cousins were telling us about snow. Oh, it's coming from the sky, I can't believe it. We're like, no. So we started bugging my father, my real father. Can we go through this? He said, okay. So we ended up making a trip here to visit in winter time to see the stars like that. So we came to visit the church in Rome. And this is how it was by my cousins. And we stood there. So when we were there, my father was very abusive. So when we were there, I'm talking about when we were there, he got into a fight with my mother. So my uncle didn't appreciate that. So my father and my uncle got into an argument. So my father says, take me to the airport, take me to the airport. My uncle said, I'll take you to the airport. My father says, I'm going to go ahead, right? My mom and us, we were supposed to go back to them. It was the issue of my uncle, my aunt, they told me, no, you don't have to go through that. Because in Puerto Rico, those are different. In Puerto Rico, you can beat your wife, the police come and will do nothing. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So the police is it's a machismo kind of country. Women really don't need that. But not these days. That was back then.
Yeah.
I was like, not right now, we feel like another state. You know, it's like right now it's the same, but it's still it's not as strict with the law as America. America is 100%, you know, quality. Things like that. Over there, men get to deal with more stuff. So
So you guys stayed here?
yeah, we stay here.
And he went back?
You know, we stay here, and we never went back.
Yeah.
We stay here. So we stayed at my uncle's shelter for a while. And then, I guess he helped my mother out or whatever, how to get to state and stuff like that. So we moved to New Haven. Look right here.
How you like going on New Haven?
I hate it.
Yeah?
If we would have stayed in church, my life would have turned out better. I think. I was like, a little tired, buddy.
Yeah. You should be tired too.
You know? But I mean, you know, because I went to sleep around 9.
You did?
Yeah. You know, my son, we were watching TV, we were watching The Arrow. So we were watching the show, and my son said, Papi, I'm passing out. They have Italian. The mother's Italian.
Can they speak Italian?
No.
Wow.
English and a little Spanish.
You're not teaching us Spanish?
Well, they
Dude,
speak
come on.
They understand 100% Spanish.
Yeah.
But they don't know how to speak it. A few words they don't speak it. But they're like, if I speak to them in Spanish, they understand.
Now, Lieutenant Froelich, can you tell us who is the gentleman that just entered the room?
Detective Adcox.
And was he part of taking the statement with you and Mr. Morales?
Yes.
Jose, what's your last name? Morales? Yeah. What's your date of birth? 11/12/1976. Even though the door is kind of closed, I mean, you're free to leave. We brought you here to talk to you. You're staying here. I'm free to leave. Why am I gonna walk all the way home? No, you're right. I'm just saying you're not home captain here. I'm not like. So why I came here for? To talk to you. About what? You're trying to find Christina and your kid. All right, well, that's exactly what I've been trying to call her too. Okay. All right. All right. So we're on the same page. Okay, good. I'd rather have it that way. When's the last time you talked to her? I talked to her, I think it was Monday morning, when she was going over. So that was yesterday? Okay. About what time? Early in the morning. Okay. So that was talking on the phone or in person? On the phone. Did she say anything? Was there a problem? Was there any kind of issue? No argument? No. Did you hear anything in the background? She didn't sound like she was having any problems? Did she sound different than your normal conversations? Well, it was super fast. It's like she couldn't get the phone. That kind of got me like she don't understand the phone. Like I called her, she don't understand the phone. I don't. But just give you short answers and try to. I probably spoke to her for less than a minute. Probably quit. That's not normal? That's not normal. Well, it is and it isn't, because sometimes we, for a while, sometimes it was early in the morning and stuff. Okay. Did you stay over there this weekend? No. We didn't stay over there this weekend? Do you normally stay over there during the weekend? Sometimes I do, yeah. Not normally, but sometimes I stay over. All right. So, when's the last time you saw her in person? Friday. Where was that? At my house. At your house? Yeah. She was there? Yeah. Okay, with Vanessa? Yeah. Okay. So, left. So, it was Friday, you were with her? Yes. And Vanessa? She came over to our house. She came to visit you? Yeah. So, she drove? Yeah. No, wait. Thanksgiving Eve. That's Thursday. Yeah. Thanksgiving Eve. She came over and she slept over my house. Her and Vanessa slept over, okay? Wednesday. Wait up, let me get that right. Wednesday, after work, she got out of work around 3. She had an early day. So Wednesday, out at 3. Yeah, so I said to her, pack a lot of stuff and come over because my mom said you're going to stay over for Thanksgiving holiday, whatever, so to spend Thanksgiving. So she came over with Vanessa from work, right before work. She packed the car, she came over with Vanessa right before work. And she slept over. So Wednesday night she slept over? Yeah. So Thursday she slept over too. She hangs out with you guys Thanksgiving? Yeah. And then when does she leave? Friday. So she slept over again? She slept over until Friday day. Not from Friday to Saturday. Right. From Thursday to Friday. So Wednesday to Thursday, Thursday to Friday. Exactly. And then when did she leave on Friday? I'm not sure. Somewhere in the afternoon around 6, I think. So at night, evening, like around dinner time? Yeah. All right. Did she leave by herself? Yeah. With Vanessa. With Vanessa. Yeah. And you're assuming she went home? Exactly. I assume it, yeah. Or you went out this year? I don't know where she goes. Did she have any friends that she hangs out with? Not that well, we are boyfriend, girlfriend.
You guys are.
Yeah, but we're not that close either. Because she got her own place, she do her own life, she got her own apartment. When she got this apartment over here, she asked me if I can help her out, like, with the lease, because I guess the landlord over here, they want to give her to her by herself. So she said, can you help? Because I had a good job at the time. That's why I had a good job at the time. He said, can you help us? And we did the lease. I said, okay. I signed the paper, she gave us a paper. I signed, I said, okay. So she got an apartment. Because she used to live with her brother Steven and Charlotte. That's where she lived for like 3 years. She was living there when we met. Before that, she lived in Richmond. Then, when she got pregnant, or like we was dating when she was living with Steven over there, with Steven and then were being to her or whatever. Right before the baby was about to be born, Steven said, you gotta leave. He kicked her out. I don't want to hear babies crying in my house, this and that. Because she was a roommate type of thing, you know, she give her hand. But now Steven had a new girlfriend. The reason she moved in with Steven was because she was helping him pay the rent. But then he had a girlfriend that was helping him, so now she became a third wheel. So then the baby, so they answered, so you gotta walk out. She started looking for an apartment, so looking for an apartment. She started looking for an apartment, so she found this apartment in somewhere around here in Charlotte. No, not in Charlotte, in somewhere.
Where, is it the same apartment she's in, right?
Yeah, that's where she found that apartment. So, listen, yeah.
So basically, I'm sure that that's right. She left your house, or your parents' house, on
Right.
Friday
Yeah,
with Vanessa.
yeah,
And you didn't go with her?
no.
So where did you stay over the weekend?
I stayed with my friend Hector.
Hector.
He was in the singer.
What's Hector's last name? Last name. You know where he lives in East Haven? Does he know your Christine? Or he has no idea? So he has no idea who Christine is.
You know that girlfriend is there.
Christine, your only girlfriend? Or you got other girlfriends? She have other boyfriends?
We're not that close.
Alright.
It's like, we have a baby,
Yeah.
but it's not like she my girlfriend. You say that, we use that word very lightly, but we have a baby together, that it happened, so I guess I have a super little bit of responsibility by helping her out a little bit.
Yeah.
So, so we in love with the baby, so we let her come over and stay over our house, and Holloway and things like that for see the baby.
So you do all that for Vanessa?
Yeah, it's for
It's not for Christine?
It's not for Christine, it's for Vanessa. Yes, I agree.
So your family likes the
It's not
Vanessa?
Vanessa, yeah. We really don't like Christine. She said she okay, you know what? All right, just say. You love Vanessa.
I mean, do you have any idea where she would be?
No,
Zero.
zero.
No idea where a 1-year-old would be.
Vanessa?
Yeah.
No.
And Christine is an adult, so I mean, we're concerned
Well,
about it.
Christine is with Vanessa. I figured.
Okay. I'm saying an adult's an adult, they can come and go and do whatever they want.
Yeah.
A 1-year-old's at the mercy of whoever's with them.
Yeah. When she, for that, they left together.
Maybe they left together
Well, Christine said it was her. Right.
on Friday.
Yeah.
So were you at the house at all this weekend? Her house, Christine's?
Not the weekend.
Did you go there, take anything off, drop anything off?
Yes, sir.
What's your cell phone number?
203 809 2849
281
49.
49? That's the one you have in your pocket?
Yeah,
What about that one right there?
it's not exactly one.
You don't want to- So last time you called and talked to her was for that minute or so?
Monday morning.
Monday morning. And it was a short conversation and she seemed like she didn't want to talk.
Mm-hmm.
What did you call her for?
Say hi. So see what's special for him.
You talked to Vanessa? You can't talk. I don't even know if you close her ears.
So no idea where we can start trying to find her?
You don't know any of her friends?
And you don't know about her hanging out with other guys?
She probably was.
Well, then she probably wasn't. I mean, I don't know, I'm just asking you if you knew somebody that she would be hanging out with right now, then we could go knock on the door and say, hey, it's Christine and Vanessa here.
Can you, would you, show me the phone call that you made to Vanessa on Monday morning? On your phone, please?
Okay. You still on the post that guy and then trying to
I love you have her in there as a bit of your love, or?
Yeah. Waiting for that ring. Those areas.
Down calls. So you just had one,
This is from, I've been trying to call it.
and you might have a deal again?
Yeah. That's me trying to call her.
You got a whole bunch of phone calls from today, that's,
Me trying
that's
to call her.
yeah.
Cause I was worried, like, you trying to call, you trying to call, you trying to call. He goes straight to the voicemail.
Right now it's the third. GSA was the second.
Since you called her at 6:59 p.m.
You want today? I mean,
Monday,
like, you trying to call her.
so there's no call. There's no
He
call.
goes to the voicemail.
Yeah, but it should still show that you dialed it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you called December 2nd, 6:59, 8, 12. 8:34, 9:04, 10:31, 10:41, 2:30, 2:35, 7:30, 2:35. Did you erase stuff? Leave these Sunday
I'm about to leave right now, to be honest.
though. Maybe the way you want to.
What is that? Your phone.
The kids' schools are closed today.
Oh, they can do it. They're gonna have to do it. Holiday?
Yours.
Younger? Oh, yeah, they can Sunday. Let's go. Okay.
Did you use this phone to call her or definitely that phone?
That phone right there is,
Look at that. Can you take a look at it? Can you show us the call log on it?
this phone will tell me to lock it. Huh?
Yeah, it shows the call log. Maybe using that phone. Because this phone, there's no calls in the morning.
There's no,
What's that down there? Are you doing anything?
and you were the reason.
So you guys just use that for the internet?
Should have let this phone now, then my stomach be with it.
Well, you're in school today, so.
Moving is not canceled?
I don't live in Haven, so. I don't know. So how many calls you got in here are the 7 to try to get a hold of her? You can call anyone else?
No, because I've been worried. My mom tried to call in, I said try to FaceTime her, we've been waiting for Vanessa.
Can you try to get like the missed calls and stuff like that, Luce? Or, you remember some of that? Nothing.
I don't know, that phone is bugged out, that phone died now. Is it a smartphone?
Jose, when did you go to Hector's house?
Friday.
When Friday?
Friday night.
When did you come home?
Monday. What time, roughly? So in my house?
Yeah.
Over at 11?
Yeah.
During the day, that's sure.
End of the day?
During the day, not sure during the day.
Did you have the cell phone on with you or no? Does anybody else use that cell phone or are you the only one that uses it? Like, so if you left the house, would you have that cell phone on you?
If I left my house, yeah, I have that phone. I'll tell you.
I just find it odd that there's no other phone calls on there. No received calls, no missed calls.
This phone is bugged out. The reason why this phone is bugged out is because you see how we got the bars? Once it dies, it deletes everything, it dies, and then, like right now you have 4 service days. I got 4, you see, 4,000 minutes, 4 service days. It's a super old phone.
What service is it?
It's a super old phone, I don't know. It's a, I don't know, who's mobile thing?
Oh, did you tell your parents where you went on Friday?
Yeah.
Where did you tell them you went? to Christine's Friday with her. Why would he tell me that?
He said that I went to Christine's Friday, that's what he thought I went.
Why would you? You said you told him where you went. And if you told him you went to Hector,
She got her own car.
Right, but why would he tell me that you went to Christine's if you told him where you went?
Why would he tell? He probably assumed.
Right, you said you told him where you went.
I told my father.
Yeah, you just told me you said you told him where you went.
I told my father where I went.
Yeah, that's what you told me. And that's why I said, why did he tell me you went to Christine's if you did?
I told my father that I went to Christine.
That's what you just told me about 30 seconds ago.
I'm not sure. You're missing my words. You wrote that down?
So you said that you told your father where you went, and you telling us you went to Hector's, right?
Yes,
So
that's
you told
where
us.
I went to that.
Yeah, so you
I didn't,
told,
I didn't tell my father when I went to that.
yeah,
That's where I went.
and when the detective asked you if you told your father where you went, you said yes.
But it's a whole misunderstanding.
Fine. So how did Christine get to your house on Wednesday?
Central
Okay. In what kind of car?
and car, I'm not sure.
You don't know what kind of car she has?
I stopped over there.
Not sure what color is it?
No, this thing.
Did you buy your new car? It's not a trick question. Just ask if you know she bought a new car.
I'm not sure, I don't know.
How does your dad know?
He knows what?
That she bought a new car.
Well, I guess she
Your dad
bought
knows a lot of stuff.
I guess she bought a new car.
Did you know she bought a new car?
I think she did, yeah, I think she bought a new car.
Right,
I know, since I know her, she has the same car, I think she bought a new car.
So how did you get to Hector's?
They bought a car.
What car is that?
Nissan
Nissan what?
Sentra.
Is it registered to you?
Mm-hmm.
So you drove to Hector's?
And that's it. Down right.
So how are you gonna help us find Vanessa? I mean, that's what you're here for, to help us find Vanessa. We wanna find the 1-year-old. And we need
I
your
want
help.
to fly her too.
We need your help. It's the only reason we brought you here.
Did you call the police when Steve came to your house and said Vanessa and
Steve called the police right there. He was right there. He was
So he's the uncle, though, right?
He's the uncle. He's the one that killed Christina.
Are you 100% sure that Vanessa is your kid?
I don't have no DNA test for us. So yeah.
What was that?
I didn't have a DNA test for us. So she's my kid, yeah.
I mean, because if someone came to my house and said Vanessa's missing and it's not with 1-year-old daughter,
I'm worried. That's why I keep trying to call my kid.
It was there the whole ride here. You talked about everything but her. The whole ride here, you didn't talk about a 1-year-old daughter that's missing. I don't get that.
That's my daughter.
Yeah, we gotta find her. And the only reason you're here
It's to find her.
is to help us find her.
All right, so it's
So where is she?
I don't know.
So you have no idea.
I feel like you don't want to give us any information. Your father's given us more information that you're willing. And you would know every single piece of information that your father would know.
She's with Christine, that's all I know.
Christine's a big girl. I'm not worried about Christine. I'm worried about a 1-year-old that has no control over her life. Zero. That's what I want to find.
All right,
I'm not 40-year-old Christine or however old she is. I'm here to find your daughter.
Okay.
Like I said, I find it absolutely bizarre that the whole ride here.
So what do you think, that I have my daughter here somewhere?
I don't know, I'm asking you for help to find her, I don't know. You have no idea where she could be, nor did you even really talk about it on the whole ride.
So let's talk about it then.
Do you have your daughter? Do you know where your daughter is?
No, I don't know my daughter is with Christine.
So where's Christine? How do you know she's with Christine?
Because last time I saw her, she was with Christine. That's how I know.
And that was when?
Friday.
How do you know she's still with Christine? It's Tuesday.
Where else could she be?
I don't know, that's all we're asking. If we knew that, we wouldn't even be here.
All right, so let me go home. Let's go. I'm leaving.
That's what you want to do. We're here to find your kid. If you don't want us to find your kid,
I want you to find my kid.
then help us.
So, all right, take me home.
Why, is she home and you're going to turn her over with us?
No, I'm saying, where am I here? That's the answer. That's why I freaked out when I was in my home. We got all these people, all these police, like an army of people coming to my. Then we went to Stephen's house like an army of people.
No, Stephen came here.
He came here.
Yeah, we came here. We didn't ask for his house. And we're going to a different town. We're not New Haven people, so. We came to knock on people's door by ourselves in New Haven saying, hey, we're the Ansonia police. You know,
All right. So I'm leaving. Am I have to work? You let me home?
Yeah, we're gonna give you a ride home. Hold on, let me just, I gotta talk to my supervisor, so just give me 1 second.
Okay.
All right? Paul's just trying to find your daughter. And it just didn't seem like you were all, you
So
didn't seem
I'm
like
not
you were
talking about what you guys is talking. I'm going with the conversation that I'm having.
This stuff doesn't have, your friend's father.
What you're going to cry for my daughter, cry for Christine, cry.
You can laugh, you can do whatever you want to do.
She's Christine and her, they're not that close to them.
And you said you weren't close to Christine, you didn't care about her, but your daughter was extremely important, you said.
Well, I guess, yeah, but my life is the kids that you met at my house. That's what I live.
Let's talk about them.
All right, let's talk about them.
You want to be there for them?
Yeah. So I'm going home.
Okay.
Okay. Just
How long do you think that?
keep me updated.
What happens if we never find the
That's
message?
yeah, man. What you mean? What happened if you never find the next one?
Because I don't know where they are. I'm saying, if I knew where they are, you would be sitting here right now. You wouldn't even be having a conversation. We wouldn't
How
have
come Steven is not here and everybody else is not here?
Because they already were here. We already had this conversation.
All right. And what
We're not thinking I get
what
what
did he
you
say?
said.
What did Steven say?
He wants to know where they are.
Where is Christine and Vanessa and them?
I don't know where Christine and Vanessa are, because if we
He
knew.
asked me too. Where is she? I asked him. Where is she? I don't know.
Okay.
How am I
And
supposed
we asked
to?
him, and he said he didn't know.
How am I supposed to be the missing link right here? And I'm the one at all. You understand? I'm just trying to be as much information as possible. That's it. That's all I have.
And we're trying to find a 1-year-old kid, and some of this information is not adding up. It doesn't make sense.
All right, so take me home.
Okay. Do you want to know why you're here?
Yeah, I want to know all of it.
All right. Just come, I'll tell you.
Can you tell me in the way going out?
We'll talk more on the way home, but we're waiting for him anyway, so I can't leave without my boss.
That's your boss. He's younger than you.
So,
Is he younger than you? You're supposed to be the boss.
why? Because I'm old?
Yeah.
No,
Because you got more experience, more years, and
doesn't mean anything.
okay. So he's the boss.
He's the boss.
Yeah, Myrtle, she's the boss. Age. Oh,
That's in the family. This is not a family. Do you realize? By the way, I'm talking about
What are you saying? What is it talking to?
his boss. Who's older than him.
I told you that.
So it's good time to leave.
My kids is worried, my mom is worried, everybody is worried for me now.
You should be.
All right?
Well, we told your dad, you'll be coming home, you're coming home. Trust me. I just got away from the boss and leave. I can't bring anything by myself.
What else? How you feel good? How old is you over your boy?
Because I'm there to go. The chief is your
How long you been doing this? You a detective?
25 years.
You a detective? How come you not the boss?
I want to be the boss, I like being a detective. If I wanted to be a boss, I'd be a boss.
So you could have been the boss if you wanted to. So the boss make more money?
Yeah. Sorrow is about money.
Okay, gotcha.
It's about doing what you like to do. You realize that somebody saw you leaving Christine's house today?
Huh?
You realize that somebody saw you leaving Christine's house today?
How was that?
Something important food. Jose, want to find the kid?
Today?
Well, not Tuesday, Monday. Listen, we want to find your daughter.
Okay, Chris, find her.
I'm not ready to find her. We're at the house Monday evening. Where's your daughter?
Or where you going?
Yes.
Down, window.
We go. You're gonna bring us. I told him, the reason he's here is because somebody saw him leaving the house Monday.
Hold on a second, hold on. You were going, is he bringing us somewhere?
I don't know, where do you want to bring us?
No, you guys are taking me home.
Yeah, we're taking you home, but we're taking your clothes first.
Why? You're gonna shoot me naked?
No, but we're gonna give you a tie-dye suit to wear home.
You're gonna give me what?
A tie-dye suit to wear home.
The tie back?
A tie-dye suit.
What is that?
I'll show you in a second when you bring it in here.
A tie back?
Tie-dye.
It's material. It's nothing you're gonna wear out in public, but you're gonna wear at home, so you have clothes. So you have something to wear when you get home, change, you go to town, or
What the heck is that mean?
I mean,
A tie back shirt?
this is the type of material.
So you're gonna strip me of my clothes? Why?
You were at the house today. Monday.
A tie back suit?
But then, you can call it whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter, but suppose you're staying here, and you're getting this little outfit to wear at home, you can change when you get home.
Is it an outfit?
Yeah.
Let me see her.
There you go.
What is that?
So, what do you call it? Your home.
They're wearing clothes and that.
Hey, Brian. Brian.
I thought you said you guys were saying that everything.
There's no hurry. There's no pain involved.
So why am I gonna put that on?
What you want to go all day, I don't care.
Are you gonna force me to put that on? Why am I gonna put it? This is retarded. Why am I gonna put that there?
Listen, you know why we want your clothes. You know it.
This clothes?
Yeah. Where's the other clothes that we want?
I don't know. Oh, you want this clothes? All right, take it. You're gonna take me home.
You're going home. Yes. You're going home. We are taking your clothes and then we're taking the car and we're driving you back all the way home.
So hard, and I'm like, all right.
All right, wait 1 second. We're getting some bags and some stuff.
Oh. This is crazy.
So you understood what I told you, right? That somebody saw you leaving the house that Monday? Yes, you understand that?
Why don't you drive me home and I put this clothes, that clothes over there?
Because I'd rather do it here, so we don't have to worry about doing it when we're at your house.
So I'm afraid how I'm gonna work in the snow or freezing.
So, when you walk outside with your shoes on, then, once you get to the car, we'll take them off.
What's in there?
Of course.
And you got gloves over there?
Here goes Steve.
Hey, how are you? I'm doing good. Fine.
All right.
Okay. Well, you didn't put the gloves on.
Keep things clean. Now stand up, please.
Yeah.
Take your sweatshirt off. Don't reach into your pockets. Just
I'm gonna put my phone here. You guys serious? I'm taking my clothes? This is ridiculous.
You like totally ignored me when I told you somebody saw you leaving the house. You came like I never even said it.
Yeah, put it in there.
You're still going.
I'm still doing it. Because somebody lied to you. If somebody saw me.
see, please. How nice are your shoes?
We're gonna keep the shoes on until we get back outside.
Okay.
Alright. Now, we can go on. We're all outside. Wet floor. Which one do you want my pants? This?
Yes.
You want the other clothes too? Can you keep this shirt on?
Do you have any boxers on underneath those?
No. No boxes. And I want to keep you in the, can I keep that one on?
Don't need both of those.
Huh?
Don't need both of those.
We're going on before there.
One thing at a time. Top shirt, please.
Here's your boss. Huh? Here's your boss.
Other way around. Yeah, that's your finger.
What can I keep my socks? With the shoes? Come on. You need my socks? That's crazy. You have to put my shoes on. Can you take it when I get home? What's wrong? Where's the socks?
Take your socks off, please.
This is ridiculous. Here. That's what you do. And these rubbers.
It's all right.
Why do you have tissue between your feet?
Oh, because, look, you see, look out there. You see that? How it hurts? So the tissue dries up for the months. Because if it,
You got like athlete's foot or something?
yeah. Saturday. So with the tissue, if I sweat, whatever. I keep the tissue to keep that dry and damp.
I've just never heard of that before.
Because if I sweat, the cut gets bigger, so I'm trying to keep it dry, so I put powder, you know?
Okay.
Alright. Can I put my sneakers on? Take away your 2 kids, man. Take away your 2 kids.
Why don't you put the suit on,
And we're all the sneakers.
then you can put the sneakers maybe over the suit until we get outside.
You guys, what are you doing? Look at that bruise. Oh, right here, over there. On the other side. On the side. All right. Right there. Right there. Right there. Bruise on it. Where did it go fight? I don't know. Please, take off your fingers.
Where did that come from? I don't know. What about that? Where did that start from?
On campus. Yeah, on campus, you know. I gotta put the sneakers on. Do we really gonna have to go on like this? You do, boss? Seriously? Can I use my hoodie on it? I need to. No, you can use that hoodie. Use the hood on there. You got a great one. Can you do this off for me?
Yeah, just work over that back right there, see what we're gonna have.
Where's my cell phone? Stand close. Both phones? I keep it on?
Let me see if I can get you a blanket or something. You know?
Maybe in the back. I have to go look.
Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna warm up the car first, so once you hang out. Once you come back in here saying, because I wanna make sure you're warm, so.
Come on, let's go.
So I wanna make sure you're warm. Right, so once you come back sitting here, I wanna make sure you're warm.
I'm warm.
No. I hear what you're saying. Okay.
Now, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Rolish, was that the interview that you and Detective Adcox conducted with Mr. Morales in the early morning hours of December the 3rd of 2019?
Yes.
And you took a number of items, or the department took a number of items from Mr. Morales at that time. We saw it on camera. Are you able to recall what those items were?
Yes, we took his sweatshirt, we took his 2 T-shirts, We took his sweatpants, we took his socks, and then later on, before we left the police department at our vehicle, we took his black sneakers.
Now, with regard to, he mentioned 2 cell phones. What happened to those cell phones?
We also took those too.
And with regard to the 2 T-shirts that he was wearing that you seized, do you recall what the size of those T-shirts were?
The 2 T-shirts were 2XL.
Now, with regard to when you and Mr. Morales and Detective Adcox left the camera, where did you go to?
At the end of the interview, after we took
Yes.
all his clothes, we went and tried to find a blanket for him. And then Steve went outside and started the vehicle, and then we brought him out to the vehicle once it was warmed up.
Okay. So now in the interview, we saw that he had some sneakers. Did you have replacement footwear available for him at the police department?
We did not.
And with regard to the sneakers that he was wearing, was it necessary to go back outside into the snow
Yes, it was.
to get to the car?
Yes.
And did you allow him to wear the sneakers out to go back to the car?
Yes, we did.
And when you got to the car, what, if anything, happened regarding the sneakers?
Detective Adcox came over and seized the sneakers from him while I was sitting in the vehicle.
Showing you what's any of it.
Your Honor, I viewed the next exhibit. No objection.
All right, what number is that?
State 171, please, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court will accept into evidence as full states 171, no objection.
Showing you states 171 as a full exhibit. Are these the sneakers that you seized from Mr. Morales once he returned to the patrol car?
Those are the sneakers that Detective Adcox seized.
And with regard to these sneakers, are you aware if they were ultimately sent to the state lab?
Yes, they were.
Now, can you tell us the ride back? Withdrawn. Where did you go once you were back in the patrol car?
We were in an unmarked vehicle, and we drove back to 105 First Avenue in New Haven.
Was that the same unmarked vehicle that you arrived in?
Yes.
And when you got back to 105, can you tell us what happened when you arrived?
We had Jose Morales sit in the car so we can go inside and grab him some footwear so he can walk inside and not have to walk through the snow.
During the car ride back, was there any conversation occurring between Mr. Morales and you and Detective Adcox?
There's minimal conversation.
Did he ask anything with regard to Christine Holloway or Vanessa Morales?
I don't recall him asking me that.
Now, with regard to your arrival back when you left Mr. Morales in the car, did you go inside to retrieve him some footwear?
Yes, I did.
And did there come a point in time where Mr. Morales had footwear and entered into 105 First Avenue?
Yes, he did.
And subsequent to that, who else entered into, if you recall, into 105?
Myself, Detective Adcox, Sergeant Barrera was also there, and I think Officer Castillo.
And is there some point in time where you had a discussion with Mr. Morales and his family?
Yes.
Good morning, Officer Trosser. How are you?
Good, thank you.
First of all, a couple of things. That microphone in front of you does an awful job amplifying, so if you can kind of pull yourself up and get your voice into that mic so we can all hear you. Very good. So, can you tell us who are you employed by?
The city of Ansonia,
And in what capacity?
a patrol officer.
And again, your voice really,
Sorry, a patrol officer.
thank you. How long have you been a member of the Ansonia Police Department?
17 years.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background, your training and experience?
I was hired in 2008 where I completed the Milford Police Academy after 6 months. I still remain as a patrol officer now. I'm a field training officer, which provides me ability to train the new officers coming in. I'm on the bike patrol, and I am also certified to dispatch.
Okay. Let's talk about that last thing that you told us about. Tell us what goes into your ability to be a certified dispatcher.
You have to be trained and certified on the 911 system. You have to be certified in Collect, which is the state system.
And do you hold those certifications?
Yes.
Can you tell me, I want to call your attention generally to December of 2019. Were you employed by the Ansonia Police Department on that date?
Yes.
Or in that time frame, I'm sorry. I now want to specifically bring you to December the 1st of 2019. Do you recall, were you working for the City of Ansonia Police Department on December 1 of 2019?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I was dispatching that evening.
Okay. So let's start first by acclimating ourselves to days of the week. Was December 1st of 2019, was that a Saturday?
I started at 11 p.m. Saturday night.
Okay. And did your shift go over into the early morning hours of Sunday? I'm sorry. Do I have the dates right? 12/1. Right. So I'm sorry. What time did you start working?
11 p.m.
And what was the date that you started to work? Would it have been November the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. So that was Saturday, November the 30th.
Correct.
Okay. At 11 p.m.
Yes.
And that your shift goes over through the midnight hours and it becomes Sunday now, December 1.
Correct.
And were you working the Ansonia 911 dispatch center during your shift?
Yes.
Were you working with anyone else besides yourself?
Myself.
Does on occasion, will other members of the Ansonia Police Department during the course of a shift come into the dispatch center?
Yes, they do.
So it's not unusual for somebody else to be in there with you.
Yes, they can come in.
So I want to call your attention to now Sunday morning, so approximately 3 hours into your shift, just before 2 a.m. in the morning. Do you recall getting a 911 call?
Yes.
Now let's stop there for a second and explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when a police department, are they called like a PSAP center? When a police department receives a 911 phone call, what does that do on your end of the call?
It's a different type of ring than the landline.
Okay.
And it's a different system, different phone.
All right. Is there any computers attached to it?
Yes.
And do you receive any information with regard to anything pertaining to the call?
Yes, you can see a phone number. You can see a location of where the phone is, depending on what type of phone it is. If it's a landline, it will come back to the address. Sometimes cellular phones will come in an area of it, or it comes back to a cell tower.
Okay. Now, with regard to this particular 911 call that you received shortly before 2 a.m. on December the 1st, did it show up as a landline call?
No, it did not.
Did it show up as a cellular call?
Yes.
Did it come back and give you a precise location of where the phone was originating from?
It came back to a cell tower.
Okay. And do you recall where the cell tower was?
South Cliff Street in Ansonia.
All right. And when you, did you answer the 911 phone call?
Yes, I did.
And when you answered the 911 phone call, can you just generally describe in your own words the course of what you heard?
I answered by saying, Ansonia 911. There was a male voice on the other line that stated 3 different times Myrtle Ave. During that time, I tried to obtain an address or location on Myrtle Ave by asking, what's the house number? What is your location on Myrtle Ave? I also, during that phone call, after that, the male voice kind of stopped, and then I heard a female voice in the background that stated something as, hang up, stop, who are you talking to? And then after that, I continued to say hello a few times, but I also listened in the background to hear the male and female talking quietly in the background. And I listened to that for a period of time before the phone call was disconnected on the other end.
Do you know what the total length of the phone call was?
A minute and 14 seconds.
During the time that you were listening, after the initial male voice where you could hear the male and female just quietly talking in the background, did you hear anything else occurring?
No,
Did you hear any signs of screaming or yelling?
no,
Did you hear any signs of fighting or anything breaking?
no,
Did you hear any voices screaming, hey, get out of my house, or anything along those lines?
no,
Did you hear anything that sounded like physical violence in any way?
no.
Are you aware, first of all, going back for a second, the male voice that said, I think you said Myrtle Ave 3 times, did you make any observations with regard to the voice?
The male's voice was slurred a little.
All right.
Yes.
And would you have any basis in knowledge of to why that voice is slurring?
There's many different reasons that it could be slurring.
Can you just give us a few of them?
It could be a medical issue such as a stroke, diabetes. It could be the person just woke up and is groggy. It could be a speech impairment. It could be intoxication. There's many different reasons.
So are you sitting there and assessing the quality of the person's voice, or are you trying to ascertain what assistance they need?
I'm trying to obtain what assistance they need.
Now, with regard to these 911 calls, does the city of Ansonia record these calls when they come into the dispatch center?
Yes, they do.
Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to listen to any 911 calls?
Yes, I did.
And did you listen to the 911 call, which is the subject of what we're discussing here now?
Yes, I did.
And when you listened to it, did it sound to be a fair and accurate representation of the 911 call which you remembered participating in on December 1 of 2019?
Yes.
And I'll offer this at this point, Your Honor.
Okay, Attorney Gavin?
Are you aware whether the Ansonia Police Department sent this disc out to enhance the audio quality of the call?
Yes,
And is this the enhanced copy that you listened to?
I believe so.
Your Honor, I've listened to the disc. I have no objection to the introduction of the enhanced 911 call.
Okay, so do we have a stipulation that it's an enhanced version, counsel?
Yes.
All right, and what is the exhibit number?
It's Exhibit 162, Your Honor.
All right, so court will accept into evidence as full 162. Thank you.
So just play the first one for me. Yeah, we'll go through it. When the call ended, did you terminate the call?
No,
Did the call that called you, were they the parties that terminated the call?
yes.
Now, with regard to when you received that call, can you tell me what steps, if any, you took after receiving that phone call?
I tried to call the number back.
Okay. And how is it that you were able to call the number back?
It's on the caller ID on the 911 line.
So the number that was calling you was being displayed on the screen?
Yes,
Okay. And did you call that number back?
I did.
And again, is that something, did you listen to a series of further calls from you this morning? Did you hear that prior to coming into court today?
Yes, I did.
And are they all fair and accurate representations?
Yes, they are.
So would it be fair to say that you made a call at 1:54 and 3 seconds would be your first attempt to call back?
Yes.
Can you play that for me, please?
Tower, the Golf Club Tower. Almost big numbers. Yeah, so what is it?
So, in that clip, Officer Trosser, first of all, we heard a set of dialing. There was 2 rings. Then the call terminated, and the second dialing in that clip. Can you explain that for us, please?
The first one, I believe I dialed the wrong number, so I hung it up, and then I called the correct number back.
So, at 1:54 in the morning, you called somebody else's phone, totally unconnected to this.
Possibly.
And when you realized that, did you terminate the call and call back the number that you had on your screen?
Yes.
And is that the complete dialing that we heard go to voicemail?
Yes.
Now, after making that first attempt, did you make any additional attempts?
Yes.
When did you make an additional attempt?
I believe a minute after the first call.
So at 1:55 and 58 seconds, did you initiate another attempt to call back the 911 caller?
Yes.
Can you play that for me, please? Did you terminate that call at that point?
Yes.
Okay. So now after reaching the voicemail for the second time, you terminated the call?
Yes.
Now, After that second call was made, did you take any additional steps?
Yes.
What did you do?
I dispatched Officer Clifford to Myrtle Ave to check the area.
And when you say dispatch, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are you talking about when you dispatch an officer?
I radio over the air to the officer by usually their badge number, and I give them the information that I had, which was I had a male that stayed at Myrtle Ave, and that it was a 911 hang-up, and if he could check the area.
Okay. Is that standard procedure for 911 hang-up calls?
Yes.
And showing you what's been marked as States 163 is a full exhibit, I believe.
No objection.
163 is a full exhibit. Can you tell me, Officer Trosser, whether you recognize generally what this document is? And you have a screen in front of you as well. If
It's not on.
is there a button, an on button there?
All right. While you're doing that, Counsel, Attorney Gavin, you had no objection to 162. I just have to accept those exhibits into the record, on the record.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. So court will go ahead and accept 162 and 163 as full exhibits. Thank you.
The disc is 162. The DVD disc is 162. Disc is 162. Is your monitor on now?
Yes.
Okay. So do you generally recognize what this is?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
They're called CAD cards. We punch a card for every call that we receive.
All right, and so, first of all, can you tell, does this appear to be the call which you have been testifying about?
Yes.
And it says location, I see Myrtle Ave. What do the 5 zeros mean?
It just means the street.
Okay. Well, if you had a house number, would there be a house number there?
Yes.
So why then the 5 zeros?
Because I didn't have a house number.
So all you had was a street named Myrtle Ave?
Yes.
And other than that, it's showing that it was December 1st of 2019. And we have some information down here at the bottom. Is this what the radio car is receiving? Male caller stated Myrtle Ave before hanging up on the 911 line, and no answer on callback. Officer reports area check clear. Is that a summary of the event?
Yes.
So now I see a box here that says dispatch. Is that December 1 of 2019 at 1:59 a.m.?
Yes.
Now, you testified that the second 911 call, or the second attempt for you to make the call was at 1:55 and 58 seconds. So is it fair to say that within a minute or two after terminating that second call, you dispatched a car to the area?
Yes.
And after you dispatched the car to the area, did you take any further steps yourself?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I called back the number that called into 911 again.
So you're now making a third attempt at calling the number back?
Yes.
now, does this appear to be you placing the call on December 1st of 2019 at 2:03 and 41 seconds?
Yes.
Please leave your message for
Who terminated that call?
I did.
Because you reached voicemail once again?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has previously been marked as States 161 as a full exhibit. This is a report prepared by an FBI agent that is a full exhibit in this case. Can you tell me, do you see with my yellow pointer here on the bottom of the call-out box on the right side of this exhibit, page 18 of this exhibit, the date December 1st of 2019?
Yes.
And just below it, there are a series of numbers, 203-735-1885. Do you recognize that telephone number?
Yes.
What telephone number do you recognize that to be?
The Ansonia Police Department.
So, does this record appear to correspond with, at 1:54 and 33 seconds, this phone seems to be receiving an incoming voice call from the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes.
And again, at 1:55:21, another incoming voice message received from the Ansonia Police Department.
Yes.
And again, at approximately 1:56, another incoming voice message being recorded from the Ansonia Police Department.
Yes.
Back on States 163, you indicated earlier that you dispatched a radio car at 1:59, and can you tell us what this next column, what this means?
Is that the officer en route to the call?
So the officer's acknowledgement that he has the assignment and is en route to the call?
Yes.
And can you tell me what the next column means?
When the officer arrived in the area.
So the officer acknowledged the call and arrived in the general area within the same minute.
Yes.
And what's this last column referred to?
It means that he cleared the call, that he's no longer on the call.
So it took him about 2 minutes to clear the call.
Yes.
Thank you, Officer Trosser. I have nothing further.
Okay, Attorney Gavin, any cross?
Good morning, Officer Tresser.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Great. Thanks for being here. Just tell me, what did you do this morning in review and preparation of your testimony?
I listened to the 911 call in the 3 times that I tried to call back.
Okay. So you listened to it, and did you review the call log report that we just saw?
Yes.
Okay, great. So you go to work on Saturday, November 30th, and you're working the 11 to 7 shift. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. So the first call, which was the 911 call that came in to you, looked like it was about 1:52 in the morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right? And that call was 1 minute and 14 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. And do you know the phone number that that call came in from?
Not offhand.
Okay. As part of this investigation that continued, did you learn that that was Jose Morales' cell phone?
Later on, yes.
Okay, great. So at the time when somebody, withdrawn, that evening at 1:52 a.m. when the call came in, were you able to determine that it was Mr. Morales' cell phone 203-809-2849 that made that call?
Not that night.
Okay, so when the call comes in, I just want to make sure I understand. I think you told us if it was a landline phone call that came in, you'd be able to track the number back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right.
Or to the location.
To the location?
Yes,
Sure,
yes.
yeah, wherever the landline is. But if it's a cell phone, the only information that the dispatcher would have back at 911 would be a cell tower location
Yes, or sometimes it will come up in an area too.
in an area, right?
Yes.
It's not tied to a specific location like a landline.
Correct.
Okay, great. So you had the call at 1:52 a.m. and that do you have an enhanced 911 system with fire, ambulance, and police at Ansonia back in 2019?
I don't remember if we had what we had, if it's been changed, so I don't remember when
Sure.
it got changed.
Yeah, the 911 systems are always changing as the technology improves, but that's okay. So your dispatch, and I just want to go through this slow with you. You get the 911 call, and there's a separate line from the Ansonia PD at 203-735-1885 versus 911. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but the first call that is the exhibit that we listened to, that was a 911 call, correct?
Yes.
And that's automatically recorded, is it not?
Yes.
Sure, okay. And just so we get this out of the way, that call, you're aware that the call that came in was enhanced, the audio was enhanced so we could hear it better?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And I know you didn't do that. You're right, you didn't do that, but it made it clearer for us and the jury to be able to go ahead and hear the call.
Yes.
Okay, great. So the call comes in at 1:52 a.m., and we heard the 3 times Myrtle, 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 right?
Yes.
Okay, and I know that was your voice, the female voice on the call, responding to Myrtle, Myrtle, saying what number, what number, what number.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then I thought I heard you say that you continued to listen on the call for about 1 minute and 14 seconds. Is that correct?
I was on the call for 1 minute and 14, yes.
Great. And while you were on the call, not your voice, but did you hear a female voice on the call at that time as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you told us, I think you said, that the male caller that had called, in your words, was the voice was slurred.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what you mean by that.
It wasn't clear, I would say. It was slurred.
Okay. I would think, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you're assigned to dispatch on 911, you get all sorts of calls, correct?
Correct.
Right? You get people, there's an emergency and people are very excited, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you may have my dog ran out the back door, calm, cool, and collective calls.
Yes.
Right? And then sometimes you have calls of people that can be under the influence of alcohol or drugs as well, correct?
Yes.
Right? That sort of happens every day on shift, correct? It's not unusual.
I couldn't say every day, but yes, it happens.
Yeah, okay, that's something in your career, and I don't know how long you continue to dispatch, but that is not an unusual event, correct?
Sure, yes.
Sure, yeah, okay. So let's just go back to the call, just so we're clear. So the call comes in at 1:52, Myrtle, it speaks for itself. We're not going to go through the whole call. You want to know where on Myrtle you're calling from, is that fair?
Yes,
Okay, and you never got a response to the exact location on Myrtle Avenue from the caller, correct?
no, I did not.
Right, and you didn't know who was on the other end of the call?
No,
Okay, great. But you listened, continued to listen, and you heard a female voice on the call.
yes.
Okay, and what did you hear the female voice say?
She mumbled something as it sounded like stop, hang up, and who are you talking to?
Stop, hang up, who are you talking to? Okay.
Yes.
And just so we're clear, the female voice is obviously different than the male voice that called and said 911 Myrtle, Myrtle, Myrtle.
Yes, different.
Right, two different people.
Yes,
Okay, and then, so that call was about a minute and 14 seconds, and then my understanding is the call was terminated by the caller, is that correct?
yes.
You didn't hang up on that?
No,
Okay, so now you have this call, you have two people, Myrtle, you don't know what it's about, but it's a 911 call, so it could be a emergent situation, correct?
it could be, but I can't assume.
Right, you wouldn't know because you didn't have enough information based on the call,
Yes,
but it was on the 911 line.
yes,
Yeah, okay, so then it looks like, and you correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like from the Ansonia PD number 203-735-1885, there were 3 calls back to the number that you had received on the 911 line, is that correct?
yes,
Okay, and it looks like the call came in at 1:52. I'm not going to go into the seconds, okay? But it looks like Ansonia PD called back at 1:54, 1:54, and 1:56. Is that consistent with your recollection?
I can't tell the exact time. I'm not sure right now. I
Okay.
mean,
But as you
there's a
said,
lot of times right now.
5 years ago, okay? I'm with you. But you, as you sit here, and I know you're prepared to testify today, you recall that there were 3 calls that came back from the Ansonia PD to the number that had originally called the 203-809-2849 number.
Yes,
Yeah, okay. And then after you had completed the 3rd call, is that when you would have had and dispatched Officer Mark Clifford to Myrtle Avenue?
I dispatched him after the first 2 calls.
Okay, so you get the call in, call hangs up, you call back twice, and just tell me in your own words, that's when you would have dispatched Officer Clifford?
Yes,
Okay, and he was out on patrol.
yes,
He's going to be here shortly, so it's okay. We'll ask him what he did. But 2 calls back, dispatch Clifford. Did you talk to him, Officer Clifford, when you dispatched him?
yes.
Okay, and just tell me how that works. How is it? Is it by the computer that you dispatch the patrol vehicle, or do you call him on his cell phone and dispatch him?
Usually it's over the radio, the air, the.
There you go, over the radio. So the dispatcher would say to an officer that's out on patrol, we got a call on Myrtle Avenue, could you go check it out?
Yes,
Right? Okay, and you did that in basic terms in this case?
yes,
Okay, and then did you have a conversation with Officer Clifford when you dispatched him?
I provide him as a dispatcher, you provide the information you have to them
Over the radio?
over the radio, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's great. And then he went in, did whatever he did, we'll talk to him in a second. And then I think you said you called back the 3rd time, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and that was at 1:56, so it's call back, dispatch, call back,
correct.
correct? Okay, and then there was another call from the Morales cell phone, 203-809-2849 at 1:59 to 735-1885. Now, that's not the 911 line, that's the main line, okay? The Morales cell phone called back to the Ansonia PD. Did you take that call?
No,
Okay. And then it looks like what happened was then there was your fourth call back to the cell phone, and that looks like at 2:03 in the morning, Ansonia calls back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. So we're just about done. I appreciate. So you get the dispatch. You get the call in on 911. You call back 1 time, 2 times. Dispatch the officer. Call back 3 times, and then there was a 4th call back to the cell phone number.
I remember 3.
Okay. All right. So as you sit here right now, are you aware of the fact that APD called back at 2:03:55 to the cell phone number?
I know at 2:03.
Okay, at 2:03?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your help. Thank you.
Officer Trosser, first of all, when Attorney Gavin was asking you about types of phone calls you receive, I think this scenario went something along the lines of some people can be excited when they call, some people, the dog ran out the back door and they can be calm, and then he asked you about some people can call, they're on drugs and alcohol. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Obviously, suggesting to you that slurring on the phone call is a result of drugs and alcohol. Clearly, that was the reason for asking that question.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
With regard to, do you have, when you hear a person slurring,
Your question was sustained, counsel. Start your question over.
Sure, I am.
Thank you.
when you hear somebody calling in on the line and you hear a voice that you said sounded slurred, do you have any basis to know what is causing, first of all, whether that's even a slur, if it's a natural speech pattern of somebody, do you have any basis of knowledge of knowing why you're hearing what you're hearing?
No.
Can drugs and alcohol create a slur for someone on the phone?
Yes.
Can a medical emergency, such as a person having a stroke or a diabetic emergency or an altered level of consciousness, cause a slur type communication?
Yes.
Have you received calls like those before?
Yes.
Did I hear you mention on the tape as well to whoever was in the dispatch center your impression that you felt that there was a language difficulty with this caller?
Yes.
Do you recall what you said on the tape?
Somewhere along the lines of, I don't think they speak English.
So did you, at least, is that reflective of your mind that you believe that there could be a language difficulty?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Hold on a moment.
I didn't hear anything on the tape about language difficulties. I'm not sure if he's referring to the exhibit in the 911 call.
I'm happy to cue it up.
Okay, so Attorney Gavin, I'm going to overrule your objection at this point in time because it deals with an exhibit that's full and it was acknowledged by the witness. So we'll play it again.
I appreciate that.
So would this comment come after the speaker stops speaking and when you are listening to what's occurring in the background?
Yes.
And do you speak with another officer?
Yes.
you hear your voice?
Yes.
Did you say, I don't think they speak English?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I have nothing further.
Attorney Gavin?
Just one question. I did not hear that at the end of the call the first time, but I just heard it right now. So that was your voice in the dispatch center speaking to another officer, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, you weren't directing those comments to the people on the phone call, it was whoever your colleague was.
Yes.
Thank you. No other questions?
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Tresser,
Good afternoon.
can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you're currently employed by?
The City of Ansonia Police Department,
And how long have you been a police officer?
17 years and 9 months.
And what are your current responsibilities?
I'm currently assigned to the Detective Division.
And did you have to go through any training to be a police officer?
I graduated from the Waterbury Police Academy in 2007. Did field training with the department. I've attended other specialized training, such as DEA Basic Narcotics School. I served on the DEA task force for about 5.5 years. And then I did other training and experience, or other training classes ongoing annually, and regarding interview and interrogation and other training related to the Detective Division.
Now, were you working for the Ansonia Police Department on December 2nd of 2019?
I was, as a member of the DEA task force.
And what do you mean by that?
On the DEA task force, we are employed by the City of Ansonia Police Department, but we work outside the agency in New Haven under the task force, the federal task force.
So effectively, you were working in New Haven and not necessarily with the Ansonia Police Department at that particular time?
Correct, but I was still an Ansonia police detective.
Okay. So I want to direct your attention to an investigation that occurred on or about that day. Do you recall an investigation that was instituted on that day?
Yes.
Okay. What do you recall about that?
I had finished my normal shift at around 5 o'clock on that December 2nd. I got a call at home to respond to the police department where there was a report of a suspected homicide and a missing child. And I responded to the police department, and I was briefed on the case at that point, what details were discovered up until that point. At the time, when I responded to the police department, I was briefed by Lieutenant Froelich and Lieutenant Lynch, I believe, and there was information regarding a vehicle that had left the house on 6.5 Myrtle Avenue, and we had information that the vehicle was registered to a Jose Morales, and that the vehicle was registered to a 105 First Avenue in New Haven.
So when you got this information, what were your responsibilities at this point?
At this point, New Haven PD was contacted, and they had located the vehicle parked in front of the residence in New Haven. Myself and Officer Nelson were assigned to go out to New Haven and to maintain visual surveillance of that parked vehicle, while other members of the agency and other agencies were gathering more intel back at the police department in Ansonia and at the original crime scene.
So, and did you in fact do that?
Yes.
And what happened after you did you maintained visual surveillance of the vehicle?
Myself and Officer Nelson relieved New Haven officers that located the vehicle. We sat in my unmarked DEA vehicle, and at one point I exited the vehicle before it started snowing too heavily, and I was plainclothes at the time. I walked past the parked vehicle, looked in it to see if there was a car seat base at the time, because that was a major concern of the missing child. At the time I saw a baseball bat in the front passenger floorboard, but there was no car seat or car seat base in the vehicle. We waited until about 3:40 a.m. on December 3rd until other personnel arrived on scene to make contact at the residence.
So how long would you say you were on surveillance that night?
I would estimate it was anywhere from 4 to 5 hours.
going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53. Is this the vehicle that you saw that night at 105 First Avenue, Haven?
Yes, it is.
State's 52, another angle of the vehicle. Again, is that the same vehicle?
Yes.
And 54, is that the vehicle that you saw that night?
Yes.
Now, when other detectives arrived at 105 First Ave, what was your responsibilities at that point?
At that time, we made contact with the assistance of New Haven PD, with the residents of the house. The male that opened the door for us and allowed us into the residence, his name was Marcos, let us in. We advised him while we were there. We were there to speak to Jose and also to look for the missing child, Vanessa.
Now, outside of that, did you have any investigative purpose when you were at 105 First Ave?
So when we were at 105 First Ave the first time, we were looking for any evidence of Vanessa, obviously. After the Lieutenant Froelich and Detective Adcox at the time transported Jose Morales back to the police department for an interview, again, I maintained surveillance of the vehicle, and the plan was to wait until the family went back to sleep and the lights turned off, but that didn't happen, so we towed the vehicle around 5:40 in the morning, I believe, and I followed the vehicle back to the Troop I barracks in Bethany, and it was not touched or manipulated in any way on the exterior or the interior.
Now, at some point in time, were you present when there were when search warrants were executed on that vehicle?
On the following day, the 4th, I was present while the State Police Major Crimes Unit executed the search warrant on the vehicle. I did not participate in the search warrant, but I was there to maintain custody of the vehicle as they performed their search.
Now, after that search warrant was conducted, can you tell us a little bit about what else you did in connection to this case?
I had left the Troop I barracks and returned back to Ansonia, went back to the residence at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue to get the keys for the victim's vehicle, which was a black Ford Focus. The house was still being maintained by Ansonia police personnel at that time. I brought the keys out of the residence, and the vehicle was again towed to Troop I barracks and was not touched inside or out.
And were you present when was there a search warrant done on that vehicle as well?
Yes, there was.
And were you present for that search warrant?
Yes, I was.
After that warrant was executed on that vehicle, what else did you do in relation to this case?
Once both vehicles were processed, all the evidence that was seized from the state police, I transported back to the Ansonia Police Department. It was labeled and placed into the evidence room.
Now, after you did that, what else did you do in connection to this case?
On the following day, we had a report of information of items being recovered at the Education Storage Facility in Hamden. There were items that were reported to have blood-like substance on them, and we responded out to the scene in Hamden, along with the State Police Major Crime Squad, who ultimately processed the evidence that was seized there.
Okay, and in addition to helping out, or I guess responding to education, is there anything else that you did in relation to the investigation in this case?
On scene at the education facility in Hamden, I conducted a few interviews with the owner, the truck worker that was with the truck driver, a few other employees at the building. We also obtained consent from the owner of the facility to access and search the education bins that were located in Derby and Ansonia that we knew were on that truck route.
And did you, in fact, go back and assist in that?
Yes, I was there present while the state trooper from Major Crimes processed both. There was 2 bins on Derby Avenue in Derby and 1 bin in Ansonia on Main Street.
And now, when you say 2 bins on Derby Avenue in Derby, where was one of the bins located? I guess one site of where the bins were located.
They were in a parking lot. I believe it's for St. Michael's Church, and it was the southwest corner of the parking lot, right in the corner by Bank Street and Derby Avenue.
Okay. In relation to this case, were you tasked with gathering any type of surveillance from the surrounding area?
Yes, based on the intensity of the crime and the amount of information that was coming in from all different sources, there was a group of different agencies, including Ansonia, Derby, FBI, State Police, that helped work together to try to obtain as much surveillance video as we possibly could. Over the course of the investigation, there's been thousands of hours of video that's been obtained. I personally have watched countless, hundreds and hundreds of hours myself, rewatched the same videos over and over again. But there was, some cameras and some information that would come in would lead us to further information to where to look for the next camera. So it was a lengthy process to continue to obtain surveillance video.
Now, when you were looking through this various surveillance cameras that law enforcement seized in relation to this case, were you looking for anything in particular?
So at the point of this investigation, initially I was looking for a vehicle matching the description of Jose Morales' Nissan Sentra that was seen leaving the scene of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue after the officer's welfare check. As the investigation went on, there was information that led myself to look back into video for the victim's black Ford Focus. As we found out through phone data and other information that there were trips made to New Haven, and I didn't initially see the Nissan Sentra, but once the other information was developed regarding the Ford Focus, I was able to locate a vehicle that matched the description of the Ford Focus on the video.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 168. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Now, in relation to State's 168, can you tell us in this map of what is this 168? Can you tell us what this is?
It's a map of mainly Ansonia and part of Derby, Shelton, and on the legend, those are the cameras and their locations that were the most valuable to my investigation.
So, with regards to on the legend where it says crime scene 6.5 Myrtle Ave, it's looks like a red tag. Would that be in the area up here, pointing to the middle top portion of the map, where there's a purple, green, and red tag clustered together?
Yes.
And would this be the box, the closer up look to the right there, where the purple, green, and the red tag are located?
Yes, it would.
So this is the area of the crime scene. So 22 Cottage Street. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what 22 Cottage Street is?
22 Cottage Street is a residence. Cottage Street runs parallel to Myrtle Avenue, and there is a perpendicular street, Judson Street, that you could access the end of Myrtle Avenue through from Cottage to Myrtle Street.
So if I'm standing in the front yard of Cottage Street, 22 Cottage, and I'm looking straight, what am I looking at?
You're looking directly down Judson Place.
Okay. Now, can you tell us whether or not there was any video that was seized from 22 Cottage Place in relation to this case?
There were many hours of surveillance footage seized from the Google Nest doorbell cam of that residence.
And were you able to, and you reviewed that footage?
Yes.
When the footage was seized, were you able to determine whether or not the footage was approximate to real time, or was it fast, was it slow, was it actual date?
I was able to determine, based on the fact that it's a Google Nest camera, that it is internet-based and it was in real time.
I want to direct your attention to 14 Mott Street, which is this green screen tag here, which is again in this box to the right. Can you tell us where 14 Mott Street is in relation to 6.5 Myrtle Ave?
So Mott Street comes off on a Y angle from Cottage Avenue. It's just around the block. It's very close to 6.5 Myrtle Avenue. There's no house on the property in between 14 Cottage Street and 6.5 Myrtle Ave. There's like an open lot there as part of the property. And the house had 3 camera angles on it, 2 of which looked directly up West Street to Myrtle Avenue.
Okay, so if I'm standing in front of 14 Mott Street and I'm looking straight out to the street, what would be directly in front of me?
You would see the intersection of West Street and Mott and Cottage.
So if I went all the way up West Street, what would be that cross street all the way up to at the top of West Street?
Myrtle Avenue.
Okay. And for these camera angles, are you able to see 6.5 Myrtle Ave from these camera angles?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not this particular was camera seized from 14 Mott Street?
Yes, surveillance video was footage was seized, I believe, on 2 different occasions from that residence.
And can you tell us whether or not, have you reviewed this footage?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell us in reviewing the footage whether or not the footage of 14 Mott Street is approximate to real time, ahead, slow? What were your findings when you reviewed the footage?
Based upon corroborating the vehicles and the people walking and everything on the videos from 14 Mott Street and 22 Cottage Street, I was able to determine that the time was in real UTC time, which is Universal Coordinated Time, which is 5 hours ahead of our local time.
So when you were looking at this footage for the target vehicles in relation to this case, you had to look at, you had to subtract 5 hours?
Correct.
Now, I want to direct your attention to 2 Elm Street. That's the orange tag here in the legend, which is located in the center, just about in the center of this exhibit. Can you tell us what 2 Elm Street is?
2 Elm Street was the old Ansonia Police Department at the time.
And can you tell us whether or not you were able to seize any camera footage in relation to this case from the old Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, we were.
And did you review all of that footage?
Yes, I did.
And when in reviewing that footage, are you able to tell us whether or not that footage is approximate to real time? Is it fast? Is it slow?
That footage is approximate to real time.
Now, when you're at the old Ansonia Police Department, can you just give us an idea of what the surroundings look like, the surrounding streets look like?
Looking out from the front of 2 Elm Street, there's an island across, a triangular-shaped island. Elm Street runs across the front of the police department. Looking off into the distance, going up the hill would be Platt Street. And Elm Street would continue off to your right, towards Main Street.
Now, 696 Main Street. This is the purple tag. This is the qual box, or the up-close box in the lower right-hand corner of this exhibit. Can you tell us what 696 Main Street is?
That's the Ansonia Shell gas station.
And were you able to seize any camera footage from the Shell gas station in relation to this case?
Yes, we were.
And did you review any of that footage for the target vehicles that you've mentioned in connection to this case?
Yes, I did.
And in relation to your reviewing of that footage, were you able to determine whether or not that footage was in real time, approximate to real time, or was it fast, or was it slow?
That footage was 11 minutes slow.
So when you're reviewing that footage, you had to take into account 11 minutes and speed it up, or at least look 11 minutes, or add 11 minutes when you're looking at the footage?
Correct, you had to add 11 minutes.
Okay. 4 Division Street, which is the yellow tag here. It just looks like it's just next to where the Shell gas station is. Can you tell us what that is?
That is Maria's Hair Gallery, which is in Derby.
What is, how close to the Shell gas station is Maria's Hair Gallery?
Directly across the street.
And were you able to seize any camera footage from this establishment?
Yes, we were.
And were you able to review that footage in relation to this case for the target vehicles that you've mentioned?
I did.
And in reviewing that footage, were you able to determine whether or not this footage was off in by any way?
That footage was in approximate real time.
Approximate real time, okay. And just as a point of reference, this blue tag here with the I, which is located just south, where just above where it says East Derby, what is that tag?
That is the location of the Kiducation donation bins.
And would that be in the area of St. Michael's Church?
Yes.
In relation to this case, were you able to seize any video from 273 Derby Avenue?
Yes, we were.
Okay. Now, that's the dark blue or black tag right here, just south or just below where the purple and or the dark purple and yellow tags are?
Correct.
Give me one moment.
Your Honor,
Sorry,
I
let me
wonder
hear
if
Gavin.
Mr. Joseph could just slide it over a little bit, because you're referring back to the identification box, but we can't see it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That's perfect.
You got it?
Thank you very much.
All set?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. So, again, where my pen is pointed here, the dark blue tag, that would be 273 Derby Ave?
Correct.
Were you able to seize any video from that area?
Yes, we were.
And were you able to review that video to the best that you could for any target vehicles that you think would be connected to this case?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And were you able to determine if that was accurate time, or was it too fast or too slow?
I didn't obtain that video personally, so I believe it appears to be in approximate real time,
Okay.
but I could not confirm that.
And finally, directing your attention to this light blue tag here, which would be 535 Main Street, just above the orange tag in this exhibit. Can you tell us what that is?
That's Auto Repairs Unlimited.
And where is Auto Repairs Unlimited in relation to the Shell station?
It's less than a half a mile away down Main Street, on the corner of Main Street and Father Slemmy.
And were you able to, was law enforcement able to seize any video in relation to this case from that establishment?
Yes, we were.
And did you review that video footage yourself?
I did.
And were you able to determine whether or not that video footage was approximate to real time, or was it fast, or was it slow?
I obtained that video footage myself, and it was 17 minutes slow to real time.
Okay. Now, in connection to this case, you said that you reviewed hundreds of hours of video looking for target vehicles, right?
Correct.
And what were the target vehicles in your mind?
It was the Nissan Sentra, silver in color, had a loud exhaust that was, noticeable on any of the videos that had sound recording, and the other vehicle was a black Ford Focus.
Okay. Mayor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you with the marked as States Exhibit 169. It's a full exhibit. Do you recognize States 169?
Yes, I do.
And what is States 169?
That is a CD containing a video montage that we worked together on to condense all of the videos that we deemed important and relevant that contained video footage of the suspect vehicles. And I initialed that disc to show that I had, reviewed it before.
Testifying today?
Yes.
Okay. And in relation, in creating this video, does this montage have, I guess, notations in it regarding each particular video and whether or not it's on approximate to real time, fast or slow?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, with your permission, I'd like to play this for the jury.
Sure, how long is the video?
About 15 minutes.
About 15 minutes? Why don't we do that and then take our recess? Thank you.
Chelsea, you want to go? Could you stop it, Chelsea? Stop it real quick.
So, one more question before we play the video. So, when you did the video montage in connection to this case, is this video from the entire weekend of November 29th through December 2nd? Or what portion of the weekend did you focus on?
The first and the second.
Thank you.
Just make notes. I mean, we know this, we've seen this.
Now, Detective Tresser, what video angle are we seeing right now?
This is a video from 14 Mott Street looking across the intersection up West Street towards Myrtle Avenue.
Okay. Chelsea, stop it there. When you were looking at this video, on all the videos, what in particular were you focusing on with regards to the defendant's vehicle?
I was looking for passengers or other identifying features of the vehicle, as well as other items that may have been in the vehicle at the time, such as the child that we were looking for.
In relation to the car itself, though, in addition to the loud muffler, you have some video that doesn't have audio. Visually, what were you looking for?
I knew it was a Nissan Sentra, an older model. It had a low-hanging exhaust that was visually defective as well as loud audibly. Had a sunroof, didn't have tinted windows, and it had specific Nissan stock wheels on it.
Do you recall whether or not there was a front license plate on the vehicle?
It did not have a front license plate.
Is that something that you would have looked for?
Yes.
Now, in relation to this video, part of the video here, 273 Derby Ave, was this slowed down?
Yes, it was.
For what purpose was it slowed down for?
The vehicle was traveling at a a rather high rate of speed going past the condo where it was being videoed from. And we slowed it down to try to identify any identifying features on the vehicle.
And would this be going towards or away from St. Michael's Church?
That would be going towards St. Michael's Church.
And would this be going towards or away from St. Michael's Church, this view?
Away from St. Michael's Church.
And if you get to the end of the street here, is there a traffic light at the end of the street?
Yes, there is.
And what's the intersection at the end of this Derby Avenue here?
That'd be the intersection of Derby Avenue, Division Street, Elm Street, and Main Street, Ansonia.
And this would be the Shell gas station?
Correct.
Now again, is this is the Shell gas station? Would this be, is this the 11 minutes off?
Correct.
Okay, so if we're looking at the time and date in the corner, this would be December 1st, Sunday, December 1st, 2019 at 6:18 a.m.?
Correct.
Again, this is still the Shell station?
Correct.
And this next view would be Maria's Hair Gallery,
Yes.
approximate to real time?
Approximate to real time, yes.
That's another Shell station video right there.
Yes.
And this is the Auto Repair Unlimited video?
Yes, it is.
So if you're going down Judson Place right now, where this car just took the right from Cottage, Myrtle Ave would be where?
It'd be on the right-hand side.
This is from Mount Street. Mount Street. That one's Cottage, right? Mount Street, yeah. Both again, Mount Street, yeah. This is what time did this say?
We just saw the Mott Street camera. Is this the car coming from Mott Street towards
Correct.
Judson Place? Now, this next part of the video is going into Monday, December 2nd. You said one of the target cars was Christine Holloway's car?
Yeah, it was a recently purchased black four-door Ford Focus.
Okay. Now, in relation to that clip that we just saw at 4:29 a.m. on December 2nd, were you able to, you had information from call detail records with regards to the coming and goings of certain handheld devices at this point in time?
Yeah, so the information regarding Jose Morales' cell phone and Christine Holloway's cell phone, there were trips that were made out to New Haven. And based on that information, I went back and reviewed the video to find what appears to be the black Ford Focus leaving and coming back on, at 2 times on the morning of the 2nd.
This is West Street. That car just went up West Street.
Yes, that's West Street, and it's taking a left onto Myrtle Avenue and stopping right there where 6.5 Myrtle Avenue is.
Is this vehicle to stop sign the vehicle that you were focusing on?
Yes.
Now, in connection to this investigation, were you aware that there was a welfare check
Yes, I was.
at 6.5 Myrtle Ave? Okay. And the footage we're about to see is the welfare check from December 2nd?
Correct.
And that would have been what? Do you remember what officer that was?
That was Officer Chris Kelly.
Would that be the officer at the top of Myrtle Ave there, crossing west?
Yes.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are ready to proceed. Counsel, please stipulate to the presence of our jury.
In the presence of the jury.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
All right, we're all set. Attorney Gavin, are you ready for cross?
Well said.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Good, yourself?
Great. Did a lot of hard work in this case.
There was a lot of hard work.
All right. I have all the police reports, so I'm just going to run through chronologically with you what it appears, the efforts that you took as part of this investigation. And we start off on Monday, December 2nd, and I think you said at that time you were primarily assigned to the DEA task force. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and you wouldn't have been assigned to report out of the Ansonia Police Department when you're on the task force, correct?
We do get called in for major cases.
Right, but in your normal affairs, you're working with the task force. You're not going to the Ansonia PD Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yes, that is correct.
Right, okay, all right. So you're doing your job at the task force on Monday, and I think you told us you got contacted to report to the Ansonia Police Department. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you went down to the task force. Do you remember what time you got there? Approximately. I don't need the...
My hours at the task force are 9 to 5.
Okay, so it would have been after you were after the task force.
When I responded to the police department,
Yes.
I got the call around 9 o'clock at night.
Okay, so 9 to 5 at the task force, went home or did whatever you did, and then you got a call about 9 p.m. On Monday night?
Yes.
Okay, and then you reported to the Ansonia Police Department, and then at the Ansonia Police Department you realized or were told or you were advised that there was an ongoing investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then do you know who Officer Nelson is?
Yes, I do.
And who's Officer Nelson?
Officer Brendan Nelson, he's a junior officer to me.
Okay.
Works for the police department.
At the Ansonia Police Department,
Correct.
right? And he was involved in this investigation as well, correct?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so I think you told us that the first task that you had was, after reporting to the Ansonia Police Department, was to go ahead and travel to 105 First Avenue in New Haven. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the purpose was to check on some vehicles there. Is that correct?
Locate Jose Morales' Nissan Sentra.
Okay, that was your charter for that evening on Monday evening, was to find Jose Morales' Nissan Sentra.
Correct.
Right, and that's the Nissan Sentra we just saw in all the videos, the montage.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Sure, yeah, and you went there and you got there in the evening hours, correct?
Yes, late evening, going into the next early morning hours.
Okay, and did you go up to the residence at that point, or did you and Officer Nelson just sit and wait once you discovered the vehicle?
We sat and waited in the car, just maintained visual surveillance of the vehicle.
Okay, and you didn't want anyone to move the vehicle or drive away with the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you told us at one point that you had actually walked down to take a look into the vehicle from the exterior of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and was it snowing heavily at that point?
I believe it was snowing on and off at the time.
Okay, great. And how long were you there with Officer Nelson before other brother and sister officers arrived?
I don't know the exact time of our arrival in New Haven, but the other officers arrived around 3:40 a.m.
Okay, and that was people like Detective Adcox and Detective Froelich and other brother and sister officers from the Ansonia Police Department.
And New Haven Police Department as well.
And New Haven, because you had alerted them that you were there to go ahead and observe the Nissan Sentra.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. And then about 3:40 in the morning, officers approached 105 First Avenue and made entry voluntarily into the homes.
Correct.
Did you go in then?
I did.
You went into the house with, I'm going to pick on him, Detective Adcox or Detective Froelich, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. And when you got into the house, did you observe that Mr. Morales was there?
He was called up from the basement.
Okay. Well, it was 3:40 in the morning, right? People were asleep at that point?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, it'd be fair to assume at 3:40 in the morning. Which one? You went into the house. You met Marcos Garcia, you told us, correct?
Correct.
His stepfather, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you met his mother, did you not? Lydia
Yes.
De Jesus, right? She was there as well. And at some point, Mr. Morales, I think you just said, came from the basement and went up into the living room, kitchen area of the home. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, was Mr. Morales under arrest?
No.
Was he asked to go voluntarily to the Ansonia Police Department to be interviewed?
Yes.
And did he agree to voluntarily go to the Ansonia Police Department to be interviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And I take it, well, did you go with him to the Ansonia Police Department, sir?
No, I did not.
Okay. You stayed and continued to secure the vehicles. Is that correct?
Correct. Myself
Okay.
and Officer Nelson.
All right, great. So Mr. Morales left from New Haven, went up to the Ansonia Police Department. You didn't go, and I think you told us, correct me if I'm wrong, that at some point in the early morning hours, a tow truck would have come, would have secured the Nissan Sentra, and would have taken it to Troop I in Bethany. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, and you observed all of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And by the time that did you travel with the car all the way up to Bethany?
I did. I followed it.
Okay. So now it's probably past daybreak at that point or close to it, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was 5:40 when we towed the vehicle from New Haven.
5:40 in the morning, okay, and then had to go all the way up to Bethany.
Correct.
Okay, so that's Monday. What did you do in regard to the investigation on Tuesday?
The following day, I responded to the Troop I barracks, and my presence was there while the CSP Major Crimes processed the Nissan Sentra.
Right. Can you just tell us what you mean by major crime process, the Nissan Sentra?
Yeah, so there was a search warrant for Jose Morales' Nissan Sentra that we towed there, and Connecticut State Police Major Crimes Unit was the one that executed the search warrant, processed the evidence, sealed the evidence on scene, which was later turned over to myself to transport to the Ansonia Police Department.
Okay. And I know you were on the task force, but it's not unusual in major investigations for local agencies like Ansonia to call on the Connecticut State Police to assist. Is that fair?
Correct.
Right. Okay. Not on a shoplifting charge or a speeding ticket, but on serious investigations. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they're available unless they're out on another scene, correct? Yeah?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
All right, so they processed the car, you're up there, you're just sort of observing that you're not actually doing the processing, correct? On the
Correct.
Nissan Sentra. Okay, and what did you do next at that point?
I left the Troop I barracks, traveled to Ansonia to 6.5 Myrtle Avenue, put on personal protective equipment to enter the residence, which was still under maintenance by our officers there for the active search warrants, and went into the residence to obtain Christine Holloway's Ford Focus key.
Okay.
And then that vehicle was towed to Troop I barracks as well.
Right, okay. And when you say the property was secured, 6.5 Myrtle I'm talking about, the property was secured, you went in to get the Ford Focus key, that's the black Ford Focus, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that residence was secured, meaning that the public couldn't go in there, or anybody could go in there at that point, correct?
Correct. It was an active crime scene still.
Active investigation, correct? Yeah. And you told us that search warrants had been granted to go into 6.5 Myrtle at that point, correct?
Yes.
And was there also a search warrant for the Ford Focus?
Yes. I'm not sure exactly what time the search warrant was signed, but
And you were able to retrieve the keys for the Ford Focus?
yes.
Okay, from inside the residence is 6.5.
Correct.
Okay, and what'd you do with the keys?
I transported the keys and followed the tow truck, which towed the vehicle to Troop I.
Okay, and was the vehicle processed at Troop I at that point?
Yes, it was.
Okay, had they completed the processing of the Sentra?
Yes.
Okay, and then now the Ford Focus had shown up and you had the keys so we could start the car and get in the locked vehicle, correct?
Yeah, they processed it the same as they would any other vehicle.
Great, and you observed that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then there appears to be a notation that you and Detective Brian Hart started to interview neighbors in the area of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue. Is that correct?
This is on the same date?
Yes, sir. On December 3rd at 6:26 p.m.
I have to see my report exactly to see who was interviewed, but it sounds about right. At that time, there was a lot going on, so we were breaking off in different directions constantly.
Okay. I respect that and I understand that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. Just obviously, we had the Ford Focus issue up to Troop I. You didn't go home after that. You continued to assist in the investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And do you recall when, I know it's 5 years ago, do you recall whether or not you went ahead and assisted in regard to a canvass in the neighborhood at that point?
I have to see my report to see exactly what I did on that evening after I transported the evidence back.
If you don't recall, it's okay.
I don't recall off the top of my head.
That's okay. All right. Now, let me talk to you about Thursday now on December 5th, okay? All right? I think you identified that you arrived up at the Community Crusade for Children, the Kid Education Facility up in Hamden. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you go up there with any other brother or sister detectives?
Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head who else was there, but most of us in the Detective Bureau responded there.
Okay. All right. So let me just ask you this. If you recall, what was your responsibility when you went up to Hamden to Kid Education?
Once we arrived there, the main priority was to make sure all the evidence that was coming off the trucks, possible evidence coming off the trucks, was secured. The facility was basically secured, the entire facility, until major crimes arrived on scene. They processed the facility for any evidence.
Right. And when we say we processed it, I'm just going to go a little quick here. That means that Connecticut State Police Major Crime came and they went through all the bins and all the bags and they notated the evidence and they cataloged the evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have to do any of that?
We did. We all took part in some of the searching of different areas based on the large amount of clothing and shoes and other stuff they called trash that was there. So we did participate in some of that.
In the search, but you weren't cataloging evidence item 47, 48, 49, 50. That was Connecticut State Police that did that?
Correct.
Okay, great. And were you there all day?
A large portion of the day.
Okay. Do you recall, sir, taking custody of Jose Morales at some point and bringing him to the Ansonia Police Department to execute the body warrant?
I recall that incident, yes.
Okay, just tell us what happened in regard to the body warrant.
So on December 3rd, after Jose Morales was transported for the voluntary interview at the police department, he was transported back to 105 First Avenue. A search warrant was obtained for 105 First Avenue in New Haven.
Yes.
Upon execution of the search warrant, myself and another officer located electronic defense weapons, stun guns, within Jose's bedroom pursuant to the search warrant.
Yep.
He was a convicted felon at the time when we looked it up. So I contacted my connection at New Haven Police Department.
I'm just asking about the body warrant. Did
Well,
you take him?
this all led up to the transport of the body warrant.
Let me withdraw the question. Wasn't there a body warrant, a search warrant executed by Judge Pearson?
Yes, there was.
Okay, and you took Mr. Morales in custody and you went ahead and executed the body warrant. Is that correct?
He had to be transported to a place for the body warrant to be...
Great, and that was the Ansonia Police Department?
Correct, but he wasn't in custody for that purpose. At the time, he was in custody for the stun guns.
I understand, but you transported him for the execution of the body warrant, the lawful authority to go ahead and inspect his body. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you there during that?
I did not stay for the body search warrant.
Okay. You just transported him up to Ansonia PD?
Correct, myself and Officer Castillo.
And Officer Castillo from New Haven up to Ansonia PD. And then you didn't stay around after that?
I don't know if I was still in the facility, but I wasn't present while the state police conducted that search warrant.
Okay. You don't know whether, or do you know whether the Ansonia PD or state police had a warrant?
I don't know off the top of my head. I wasn't involved in it.
Okay. Let's see if we can move on. After the body warrant was executed, there were a number of search and seizure warrants that were authorized by a judge of the Superior Court to go into 6.5 Myrtle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you participate in any of those searches?
I believe I was there for one of them.
Okay. Okay. And what was your responsibility for the one that you were there?
To search for the items that were listed on the search warrant. I believe at that time it was items related to the missing child investigation.
Okay. Sir, did there come a point where you started to review the surveillance videos, that some of which we saw in the montage?
Yes.
When was that?
I can't exactly recall when I first started, because every time I would get a chance and video would come in, I would start trying to view it, and then we'd get called to education or other topics. The first video I did watch was Officer Kelly's body worn camera, and that would have been on the second, prior to heading over to the residence at 105 First.
Okay. Was it significant for you to go out and other brother and sister officers to see if you could obtain neighborhood surveillance video to see if there was any indication that the Nissan Sentra, the Ford Focus, was in the area 6.5 Myrtle?
In these types of investigations, large-scale investigations,
Yeah.
one of my top priorities is always to go out and not specifically look for any particular vehicles, but to secure any available surveillance video that may be out there so it doesn't get deleted or destroyed.
What did you do to secure any video that it wouldn't be deleted or destroyed?
So when we find video...
No, what did you do?
What did I do?
Yeah.
I went to different locations, Derby Avenue, Auto Repairs Unlimited, Main Street Shell Station, for example, and those videos were copied to thumb drive to secure them.
Okay, so let's just take the Shell gas station, for example, okay? Did you go out there and obtain that video? We saw it in the montage that was admitted.
So Officer Castillo had first went to the Main Street Shell gas station to try to obtain the video, but the manager wasn't there. I went as a follow-up. I wasn't familiar with that system, and at that point I called Detective Sergeant Froelich at the time, who was at the
Okay.
and members of the FBI responded to help download that video footage.
Okay. I'm just sort of asking you in general because we know, and we're going to play the montage again, not with you, you don't have to worry about that, but we're going to play the montage again. But there were certain locations where video was obtained, like on Derby Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Auto Body Unlimited, correct?
Correct.
Maria's Hair Design,
Yes.
correct? By the way, before I get too far, on Derby Avenue, were you able to recover any video of the Morales vehicle at St. Michael's at the donation boxes?
No, I tried.
Tried but unsuccessful?
Correct.
Okay. So, as the investigation continued, you wanted to go ahead and collect video to see if there was anything of evident significance. Is that fair?
Correct.
And you did that, correct? Okay. Now, then did there come a point where you accompanied, I believe it was Detective Adcox to the New Haven Correctional Facility to interview Mr. Morales.
Yes.
Objection, this is outside the scope.
It's part of the investigation.
Well, I mean, it is outside the scope. I'm gonna ask the jury to step out. Attorney Gavin, it is outside the scope, it seems, to the court. Why don't you tell me your profile on this?
I have 2 questions left. The last things that my records indicate that the officer did was he accompanied brother and sister officers to the New Haven Correctional Facility on 12/30 and also on 12/12. Those are my last 2 questions. Just part of the investigation. I'm not going to go into what happened in the interviews or anything like that.
Of him going to the facility.
What's the relevance?
Part of his investigative efforts.
All right, so you're not going in the investigation at this time at the corrections facility?
Oh, no, that's Detective Adcox.
All right, so relative to his conduct as part of this particular investigation, I'm assuming it had something to do with this particular part of the investigation, is that correct?
With regards, well, just so we're clear, what part of the investigation we're talking about?
Right.
On December 12th and also on December 30th, he went to New Haven Correctional where Mr. Morales was interviewed. He didn't conduct the interviews, Your Honor, so I don't want to...
Right, so Attorney Gavin, I'm just trying to stay within the confines of my order. If the purpose to go there was pursuant to investigating the disappearance of Vanessa Morales subsequent to Mr. Morales's arrest with respect to this particular part of the investigation, then that may or may not be opening the door. I don't want to do that. So if you want to provide the court some clarity.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. I didn't hear what you just said, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
So I said to provide some clarity because if we all know the scope of the court's order, I don't have to repeat it, right?
Correct.
So if the purpose in going for those particular interviews was for this investigation or this part of the investigation, then that's one thing. If it had to do with follow-up relevant to the disappearance of Vanessa Morales, we're not going to bring that before this jury. So I just, and that was at your request, counsel, so I just want to make sure that we're all clear on this before we start opening doors.
Your Honor, to answer your question directly, Mr. Morales wasn't arrested until February.
Okay.
So the investigation that led to his ultimate arrest was ongoing.
Okay.
I'm not going to go into any details in regard to what happened there because he didn't conduct the interview. It's just part of his investigation that he went there on 2 occasions. Questions I have.
All right, I just wanted to make sure it was not subsequent to the arrest in this matter and it was not solely related to the disappearance of the child. You can understand why.
Sure, and I agree, and I appreciate that because that was my request. But this officer, I think, will testify that he didn't conduct any investigations up there. I believe that that's factually accurate.
All right, so if it, as it relates to this particular investigation, the fact of the matter that he actually went to the corrections for the purpose of being an alongside for an interview, I don't have a problem with. But there was nothing asked about the interview. I don't want to get into that. That is definitely outside the scope.
Yeah, and he couldn't even answer because he didn't participate.
That's fine. Then I'll allow those 2 questions
So I
limited
guess
to that.
my other question is, how is it relevant then if he didn't participate, right?
I guess it's just to show what he did relevant to this investigation. He has been asked about his conduct relevant to this investigation. So we've already allowed questions about canvassing the neighborhood which was also outside the scope. So I'm going to allow it as it relates to the investigation, just the fact that he did those two things as an assist, and other than that, I'm not going to allow you to get into details, okay? All right, so subject to those limitations.
I feel like the state would be at a disadvantage, though, Your Honor, if the question was asked, because on redirect, if I said, well, why did you go to?
Well, why don't we play that out right now? Attorney Gavin asked the question. Thank you.
Detective, two last questions for you. Do you recall going to New Haven Correctional Facility on December 12, 2019 with Detective Tresser and, with you, excuse me, and Sergeant Froelich?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall going to the New Haven Correctional Facility on December 30, 2019 as well?
Based on my recollection, I was there a
Right.
second time.
I'm not going to ask him this in front of the jury, but just for purposes of the proffer. You didn't conduct the interview with Mr. Morales, correct?
I did not.
Yeah.
So my question would be, why did you go?
What was your purpose in going?
So when we conduct investigations and interviews, generally we go in pairs. We don't go somewhere by ourselves. So we go either in pairs or the three of us travel together. Depends on what the crimes are, where we're going, just in case other assistance is needed.
I'll allow it. It doesn't seem prejudicial to the state. It's not outside the scope, and it doesn't get into any of the details of the interview, which this particular witness did not take part of. So we'll go ahead and we'll keep it limited to that proffer. And is there anything else that needs to be heard?
Then
No?
I have no other questions for the witness.
All right, so we'll bring the jury back in. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
State will stipulate.
All right, so the objection was, it was overruled in part, sustained in part. You will hear an answer to the question. Why don't you re-ask the question, Attorney Gavin?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Detective Tresser, last question for you, sir. Okay. Do you recall, as part of your investigative efforts, going to the New Haven Correctional Center on December 30th, 2019?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Attorney
Nothing
Jurison,
from
nothing further. All right, very good. Sir, you may step out of the witness box. You're all set. Thank you.